global thermonuclear war.
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're going to be doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool today. We're going to be doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. Let's talk about what we're going to be covering in today's stream. If you need to take a look at the schedule, we publish a schedule every week over at the Reddit. So it's reddit/r/hackerfrogs. We also have a Discord if you're interested in such a thing. There's the link in the chat. And what are we doing today? We typically cover 4 topics every one of our live streams. And the first topic we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing some cryptography challenges. But I think we might be switching up the platform we're doing the challenges on, because I'm pretty sure the challenges that are at PicoCTF are a bit they're a bit difficult now. So we might switch over to another platform to do some slightly easier challenges for our warm-up. So that's going to be topic number 1. Topic number 2 is going to be HackerFrogs AfterSchool. We're going to be learning about network hacking, and this is session number 1. It's a brand new course that we're doing over here, and we're going to be learning about how to hack against network services. So stay tuned for that. That's going to be hour number 2. Hour number 3 is going to be, well, we're changing up the schedule over here for the third topic. We're going to be doing some web challenges instead of the SSRF demos. I was a bit busy and I wasn't able to set up the demo stuff, but we're going to be doing some web app challenges instead for topic number 3. For topic number 4, we're going to be going to TryHackMe.com and we're going to be learning about Web Application Firewalls, and we're going to be learning about what those are and how you can potentially circumvent the security on those things. Okay, and Skurly Whirly, hello, nice to see you here on YouTube. What is up? Okay, so let's start into the first topic. I'm going to put 60 minutes on the clock, and we're going to get started on our cryptography warm-up. Okay, 60 minutes, start that. Infamous asks, will you do any OSINT? We're going to be doing some OSINT exercises next week. And yeah, so stay tuned for those. It's Wednesday, but probably next Wednesday or next Friday, we're probably going to be doing some OSINT topics. Infamous, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so let's see. Let's go ahead and get into the cryptography. I think we're going to be doing some cryptography challenges from Ring 0 CTF. So Ring 0 CTF is it's a pretty old CTF website, and you can find a lot of different challenges there. You can make an account there for free. Squirrely Whirly, do you plan on leaving these streams up on the channel? It's midnight here and I've got to sleep. No worries, Squirrely Whirly. We keep all of our live streams on the YouTube channel, and yeah, I've got all of my lives up on the channel if you want to ever look at any of the old ones. That's perfectly fine. You can go ahead and go to sleep. That's not a problem. All right, so we got our cryptography challenges over here. We've solved quite a few of them already. I think we've got like 8 of them solved already, and we're going to be solving some more. We're going to be solving a few more today, rather. So what we're going to do is we're going to go by down the list in order of number of validations. And the number of validations is basically, it gives us a good indicator as to how difficult the challenge is, because the less people that have solved it, the more difficult it probably is. Okay, no worries. Hope to see you. Hope to see you again. Abaran, hello, nice to see you here. And yeah, thank you for the kind words. All right, so what challenge are we going to do next? I think we need to do the fashion victim challenge next. So after you've logged into Ring 0 CTF, you can find the challenge over here. And what we're going to do is, actually, this might be an OSINT challenge. I'm not sure, because it's talking about old-fashioned TV shows. But what else? Well, every time we do a challenge over here, we like to do some to do a write-up. We like to document the challenge, because if you don't document your challenges, you didn't really solve them. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to our Ring 0 CTF challenges over here. If you're wondering about all of our walkthroughs, you can find them over at the GitHub for HackerFrogs. So Ring 0 CTF, we're doing our cryptography challenges, and our previous challenges, we've documented them all as well. So let's go ahead and create a new file. The challenge here is called Fashion Victim. So I'm just going to copy that. We're going to start our walkthrough file, and hopefully we can complete it, because if we don't complete it, we'll never get to, well, that means we didn't solve the challenge. Okay, so there are going to be 3 things we record in each one of these write-ups. So the concept, the URL of the challenge, where the challenge is, the concept that we have to understand to complete the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, so while we're solving the challenges as well, we can put on some music. How about we put on some good old Faster Than Light? It's one of my favorite strategy games. Okay, here we go. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is we want to record the URL of the challenge, which is over here. The concept of the challenge we don't know yet. I guess we're going to have to start the challenge now. So there's a link that says start the challenge. So I'm just going to, oh, this is a web page. All right. So if anybody else wants to take a look at this, I'm not sure if you need to be logged in to see this. Let me go ahead and see if we can see this if we're not logged in. We can see it if we're not logged in. Okay, that's good. Okay, so I saw like a person. So this is a cryptography challenge. So it says like Macintosh SE 30. The name of the challenge is called Fashion Victim. This is supposed to be cryptography. So what is actually going on here? So it says the new Apple TV. I mean, if we click on this, it doesn't really do anything. It seems like some sort of video. We can take a look at the webpage source. And this is a GIF image. So this picture leads to the images directory, tv.gif. I think we can download this. So I'll just copy the link. Anybody else who wants to take a look at the link themselves, it's over here. I'm just going to download it to my machine. So I'm going to create a few different terminals here. We might be using some of these later on. I'm going to give each one of these tabs here a different color to make it a little bit easier to differentiate. I think of some path traversal for some reason. Yeah, this is a cryptography challenge, so I'm pretty sure path traversal isn't the way to do it. Okay, so we've got our different colored tabs. I'm just going to download this file using wget. Okay, and then, well, we can take a look at the metadata of the file. This doesn't tell us much. Probably stego or something. It's possible that it's steganography, but they've got a. But the thing is about this website is that they've got a separate steganography category. So it's very unlikely that this is a steganography challenge. So if you take a look at the challenges here, they've got like a separate category for steganography. Where is it? Yeah, they've got 25 separate steganography challenges. So it's unlikely that this is steganography. So it says old-fashioned TV full of snow. This is, the website is over here. We see that every once in a while there's a flicker with a person. Yeah, that one right there. So I think we could probably go through the images one by one and then pause on the image of the person. So we'd probably want to do that with. Actually, we might be able to do it with like a web tool. So let's see. Analyze GIF image. Analyze a GIF animation, online GIF tools. How about we try using this? Is this a paid tool, really? Click to load an image. We'll try loading this up. Okay, so it's in our temp directory right now. Okay, we got 31 frames, and I think what we can do is we can pause on each individual frame. So can we pause this? Import from file, GIF debugger. So here's the thing, if we take a look at it seems like the frame with the person is... Oh, you know what else this could be? This could be QR codes. Because if we take... Okay. Let's stop this. We can also take a look at the contents of this GIF file with XDG open, which is going to open up the appropriate application for whatever file we give it. So this is the image viewer. What is this? Oh, don't look too hard. So we got some people. Can we pause this? It'd be nice if we could pause the open with Firefox, open with some other application. There are no other applications that we could open this up with inside of our Kali Linux virtual machine. At least I don't think so. Image stat? VLC? I mean, I don't think we have VLC installed on this. Probably the easiest thing to do is to find some sort of web tool that we could use. GIF file, frame by frame. Split GIF image into frames. Okay, let's try this. So we can upload a file. Let's see, temp. Okay, and then upload. Okay, we've got it here. What we need to do is we need to split. Split images, split into frames. Okay, is it working? Can't tell. I'm too nobody. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So split options, redraw every frame with details from previous frames. No, we don't want to do that. We want to output it as like a JPEG. Okay, split frames. Okay, so we've got the separate frames now. We just need to find the frame with the person, with the outline of the person. Which one is it? And if you're wondering which website we're using right now, we're using this one right here. FFmpeg. Oh, you know what? There are... That's weird. I can't spot the one with the person. With the person's face here. So there's like 31 frames. Maybe we need to see it from like a zoomed out point of view. Thought I saw a person's face. I mean, this kind of looks like a... You know what? The weird thing is, if you zoom in at different points, it does look like... It looks like something different. I've seen some visual illusion stuff. You only see the object when it's not frame by frame. When it's not frame by frame. Yeah, I guess so. I also see something like jumping around here as well. This is... Yeah, okay. So there was another tool that we could use to analyze images. I think it was called something like Aperisolve. Yeah, aperisolve.com. This is a good site for taking a look at images, image files. So you need to choose an image. So the thing is that I'm really leery about going full like image analysis mode on this because this is supposed to be steganography. Sorry, this is supposed to be cryptography. Okay, so we submit this. And then it's going to do some analysis on this. tv.gif, okay. Yeah, we definitely see some faces appear in here. Okay, grayscale. We got our EXIF tool, we got our bin walk, ping check, stag hide, strings. So, okay. Another thing we could do is we could search whether or not this is like a well-known type of encryption method. So, cryptography, static, image static, cipher. So, static image cipher typically refers to an image encryption method that uses a key or algorithm which remains unchanged across different encryptions. Static ciphers apply the same cryptographic transformation uniformly across all pixels of an image. Okay. I mean, I guess the other thing we could do is we could go over to our good friend the AI and have it try to understand what is going on with this file. So we'll ask something like, we are doing a cryptography challenge. And we want to analyze a GIF image for potential encrypted messages. This is the file. We can upload the file as well. So we'll just add a file, and we'll attach this thing. We'll see if it can make any sense of it. Okay, finished upload. Yeah, there's definitely a face that appears in the GIF image. I wonder what the AI is going to make of this. Just a second, I need to take a little sip of water. We'll just a second. Okay, so while we're taking a look at this, okay, well, it outputs the image. Does it do it frame by frame? It's taking a closer look. It looks like we found something meaningful hidden in the GIF. Your animated noise image is not just static. The frame-to-frame differences produce a shape. Okay? So using a forensics GIF analysis approach, I extracted the total number of frames, the grayscale version of each frame, the difference between the sequential frames. Difference image reveals a clear human recognizable pattern visible in the final output that you saw. There's a face or circular symbol hidden in the frame differences, so you can clearly see lighter, darker clusters forming a central circular face-like structure emergent only when the differences between the frames are accumulated. This means that the GIF uses inter-frame. Oh, is it really Stenography? Okay. The message is encoded not in the individual frame, but how the frames change, not unlike XOR frame stego, frame delta encoding, shake or TV static Stenography, motion-based reveal. What this implies for the CTF, you should now attempt XOR of the frames. Your XOR attempt initially, we didn't do an XOR attempt. To view the XOR result again with the contrast enhancement, sum the absolute frame differences. Okay? This is what produced the image you saw, which looks like a circle, possibly a symbol, could be a QR code-like pattern once thresholded. Could be a face, meaning that the challenge is about identifying the person. Could hide text if binarized. Perform thresholding to perform clear black and white image. This is likely the next step. Okay? So threshold the difference image or extract the hidden message. The GIF contains 31 frames. Each frame appears as random noise individually. Accumulating interframe differences reveals a hidden shape. Okay, so let's take a look at this thing. Yeah, so there's some sort of shape. It might be like a person or something. It could also be like a QR code, because a lot of these square shapes kind of remind me of QR code. I could take a look. I could try scanning with my phone and seeing if it actually resolves to some sort of QR code. Well, it doesn't seem to. Hold on. Nope. So what else did we have? We had our... Oh, this is the wrong... So if you make this, if you make this really small, so is that a QR code? So according to how much you zoom, it looks like it could create a QR code. It looks very similar. Okay, I'll try zooming in like a bunch. Okay, don't look too close, everybody. You might... This is hard to look at. Okay, when we get really small... Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can look up something similar. So TV static cryptography. Okay, encryption in television broadcasting. TV static is a source of randomness for keys. Did you try layering all the frames above each other? Yeah, we could give that a try. It'd be easier if we could find like a tool on GIF image layer frames. Split image into frames. So this is also something that we could do inside of a Parasolve, I think. We'll try feeding this into a Parasolve again, but this time we'll do the what is it called? Intense. So we'll choose the image one more time. And we'll try doing deep analysis. Okay, then we'll see what happens. Do we need to click on the continue button? Nope, that was a download. That was a download link. Let's see. The GIF tools here. Convert, flip, reverse, censor, crop, blur. Change the duration. Obvious ad, yeah. Okay, let's try it one more time. Okay, so we'll do it again. We'll choose the deep analysis. We'll click on submit. Okay, upload complete. Then we got our decomposer, EXIF tool foremost, outguess, PNG check. Is this it? I guess it doesn't do any more than this. Most of the time it... Layer GIF frames. Overlay GIF frames. Overlay image on GIFs. GIF frame overlay. Overlay. Add an image to a GIF. All right. I wonder if there is TV static as random noise. Video crypt. Okay. Scrambles analog pay symbols. I mean, I don't think this is what we're looking for here. Using white noise encryption. Television encryption. Control access to pay television services. That's probably not it either. The second page of Google. Oh my gosh. Visual cryptography. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure we don't have it installed by default on... so we're talking about the image. I wonder if I can install it easily on Kali Linux. Not found. We need to install it. Photo P. Photo P. Is that a website? Online photo editor. Start using Photo P. Do you need to make an account? Open a document first. Open from computer. Okay. Okay, we've got our different frames here. So we can make each one of these like opacity. Oh, wow, that's hard to look at. All this is kind of hard to look at. Okay, so we can select all frames. Actually, let's go through these one by one. So one by one, we'll go through them. We'll select the opacity. Let's just make it like 33%. And we'll go into here, we'll make this 33%. And then we'll just go down the line. And Infamous, thank you for letting us know about photo P. Otherwise we would have had to go through these one by well. I don't know if we'd be able to get it done. Okay, so next one. 33%. Go down the list. We might need to play around with this a little bit later. I don't see the faces coming out, unfortunately. ChatGPT recommendation was to use FFmpeg. I don't think I've got FFmpeg on the computer right now. I suppose I could download it download and install it pretty quick. There seem to be a lot of ads on this website, as there are all over the place. Okay, not too many more to go. So it's not just me. There was definitely a face that that came out. What we're trying to do is we're trying to find a way to manipulate the GIF image so that we can see the face again. Okay. Tardigrade says solve. You have to do something with the 2,000 clicks. I think we've done that one, already. Yeah, I mean, I think I remember the solution was to go into the console, into the JavaScript console, and manipulate some of the JavaScript that that sets up how many clicks you need to do. Okay, so we might want to try turning off the layers, and then eventually we'll be able to see something. Okay, get rid of the layers here. So what? Oh, there's only one layer. Okay, so that's no layers. So we could try turning on like 2 or 3 layers at once. To see if we can get something to appear. But yeah, Tardigrade and Sane, let me point you towards the walkthrough that we have for all the stuff on, what is the place called? Hack My VM. No, sorry, Hack the Web. Hold on. Okay, so walkthrough for hack the web. So you just need to locate the name of the challenge. Okay, Infamous says it does seem to have a pattern that appears. Let's go back. This is definitely more complicated than any of the other cryptography challenges that I've solved in the past. Yeah, we do see some sort of pattern. It looks like it might be like letters. Yeah, this could look like... It looks a little bit like some sort of letters or something are appearing, right? Let's zoom in a little bit more. Although it is really not fun to look at these things. Okay, so FL Dream says, kind of lost, I want to learn. Can someone catch me up in a basic way? Can I research the rest? Okay, let me give you like a starter pack if you want to learn about cybersecurity stuff. Oh, that's not that's not it. This is it. So yeah, we got a bunch of YouTube links there. The first two are for basic IT stuff. The third one is for networking stuff, and the fourth one is for CTF exercises. So little cybersecurity exercises you can solve to learn a little bit more about securities concepts. Yeah. So I mean, this might be a little bit too complicated for us, but you know what? Let's try another challenge instead. Well, unfortunately, we're gonna have to leave this one unsolved for right now. But there was one more challenge I wanted to take a look at. Yeah, there's some. There are definitely some faces that appear. Okay, let's try the FFmpeg thing that you suggested. Let me pull it off. Oh, it is installed. Interesting. Okay, so FFmpeg, let me get that command. So input.gif, this is like tv.gif. Okay, and that created another GIF image. Let's take a look at it. I don't know if this is better or worse. It certainly looks different. Apologies to people who might have epilepsy in the chat. Right now I'm on TryHackMe. I'll check out the links. Thank you. No worries, no worries. Okay, let's try another cryptography challenge. This one is definitely a lot easier to look at. Huh. Okay, so the challenge is fashion victim, old-fashioned TV full of snow. And the other challenge we wanted to look at was what? One with the very similar solve rate. So this one is, we solved this one. Can you understand the sentence? Encrypted zip? Either encrypted zip or hangovers and more bacon. This is probably going to skew more towards classical ciphers. Yeah, this one. This looks like French. This is the message. We're supposed to decipher this. We hijacked the bacon truck in San Francisco. The cure for your worst hangovers and more. Bacon. True. Science says so. True science. So, I mean, bacon is probably the type of encryption that is being used. There's something called the bacon cipher. Bacon cipher. So bacon cipher is a method of steganographic message encoding. Okay, so to encode a message, each letter of the plain text is replaced by a group of 5 or more letters A or B. A or B. So if you see a bunch of A's and B's, then it might be bacon cipher, but it's probably, we don't think, I mean, it doesn't look like bacon cipher from here. Let me get them. Let me get the message. So the message is this. We'll try putting this in our text editor. Okay, so let's make this a little bit easier to parse. We'll just separate it out into a few different lines. So something tells me that the capitalized letters might be something super important. The other thing we could do is we could try translating this from English to French, because this is, it appears to be French. So we can go to, I don't know, translate.google.com. Need to spell everything correctly, of course. Okay, we want from English to French. So English, no, French to English. French to English. We'll paste in our text. Here is a superb recipe told by a group of culinary artists whose good taste and sense of class is only limited by the number of calories they consume. The virtuosos of the deep fryer present this short clip of delicious flavor. So, we probably need to delete everything that is not a capital letter. So let's try, well, we could probably do it inside of like a one-liner. So echo out this thing right here. Uh-oh. Just need to delete all of the single quotes here. Okay, and then we will, how do we delete all none? We want to do Linux delete lowercase letters. So to delete lowercase letters, we can use the tr tool. The tr command, we can use the delete option, and you can use the lower character class. Okay, tr-d lower. tr-d. Like this. That's what it looks like, right? Yep. Okay. So we just deleted all of the lowercase letters. How does this make sense, though? We can also delete all of the... we can delete all the spaces, which makes it look like this. And from here, what kind of... this might be some sort of... well, let's just get rid of the... we'll also get rid of all the other special characters. So Linux TR special characters. Blank space control characters digits. I mean, I guess we can just do this manually. Can we specify more than one thing at once? That'd be nice. Nope. Okay, I guess we can do this. Yeah, so delete the dots, delete the commas. Void packet, hello, nice to see you here. Delete uppercase 2. Delete uppercase 2. Mayro, hello, nice to see you here. Def, love cybersecurity. Want to learn Academy. Academy, you're talking about Hack the Box Academy, or are you talking about PortSwigger Academy? Or are you talking about something else? Let us know. And thank you very much for following. Mayro and 240 Diff, thank you. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, so the last thing we need to do is just get rid of those exclamation points. Okay, so we got this message here. This might be Caesar cipher. Let's give this a try. This might be Caesar cipher, it might be something else. The website that we like to use is decode.fr. Infamous says, I don't think he can hear you. I mean, that might be true. Mayro, are you talking about Hack the Box Academy, PortSwigger Academy, or something else? Okay, so decode.fr, why does it not decode? There we go. Is this Web 3 cybersecurity things? Well, I mean, I don't think we really cover Web 3 stuff. This is mostly Web 2 and Web 1.1. Okay, so we want to... Let's try using the identifier. So there's a cipher identifier that we could use. Let me just close out some of these windows that we're not using. So this is our ciphertext string, or at least we think it is. Okay, and we'll do a little analysis on it. So this is, well, AMSCO cipher. Never heard of this thing. Okay, John asks, give me some advice. I'm a beginner at CyberSec. Hello, John. Nice to see you here. What kind of advice are you looking for? The first thing you want to do when you decide you want to do some cybersecurity stuff is you want to decide what kind of cybersecurity you want to do, because there's a lot of specializations. So there's web app security, there is network security, there's cryptography, there is binary hacking, there's reverse engineering, and a bunch of other specializations. So one of the things that you should discover early on is which specialization you want to go for. Okay, so what kind of security are we talking about? So John says you like red teaming. Okay, no worries. I've got some education resources when you're talking about learning about red teaming. Need something that never ends. What is your previous experience, John? Let me know what you already know, and I can better give you some advice about what to learn next. Okay, so I guess one thing that we could try is we could try brute forcing this with Caesar cipher, or Vigenère cipher or something. Let's see. Let me just grab the Caesar cipher from here. Okay, so here's some Caesar cipher. We'll just paste in our ciphertext, and we'll try doing the brute force on this. So the brute force on this doesn't give us anything good, so we could try doing Vigenère cipher instead. John says, "Here's some general things about cybersec. Haven't started anything yet." Okay, so I've got a starter pack. So try deleting the uppercase instead of the lowercase. So starter pack. Try giving them those playlists a try. So the first two playlists are for a course called A+. So A+ is a very common IT information technology certification. It's basically like an overview of different types of technologies you'll find in the space. So if you know that stuff already, you can go straight to computer networking, which is represented by the Network Plus certificate that's covered in the third playlist, and in the fourth playlist there's some easy CTF challenges. Well, I mean, they start easy, they get progressively more difficult. So try giving those a try. Okay, so Infamous says try deleting the uppercase instead of the lowercase. Okay, I mean, I can give that a try as well. So we'll just delete upper instead. Does this give us an actual message, though? Let's go over to our translator and put it in. This is not French anymore, apparently. But the previous message was. So another thing we should take a look at is the other stuff inside of the message, because the message had more than just this here. So hangovers and more. So hangover is probably some sort of indicator as to what's going on in this thing as well. We hijacked the Bacon truck in San Francisco. The Bacon truck. Is there something called the hangover cipher? Hangover cipher? Giddy Mob the hangover cipher. No. I wonder what that could mean. The cure for your worst hangovers and more, bacon. True science says so. So if this was bacon cipher, then it would just be a bunch of A's and B's. John says, I remember when I wanted to start bug bounty hunting. I love it would be a good start. Bug bounty hunting is not something you jump into if you don't have any experience with web app pen testing in particular. You need to be good at doing pen testing against web applications first before you can do bug bounty, because it doesn't make any sense to try to use it as some sort of, like, get rich quick scheme. It doesn't work that way. Okay, so just the uppercase letters. This seems to be a better approach. But let's see if we can plug this into our favorite tool. It's called CyberChef. plug it in here, and then let's try something called magic. We'll go in intensive mode, and we'll give it a try to see if we can get anything out of here. And we didn't get anything. Wait. None of this looks super relevant. I tell you what, sometimes I feel like cryptography is the most difficult specialization in cybersecurity, because this is tough. Okay, so I mean the last thing we could do is we could just feed it toward the AI, because we don't really have any clue as to what's going on. Give it a shot. John says, is bug bounty very hard, or is it a possible way to get some money if you learn hard? Here's the thing, if you do bug bounty and you are not super good at doing web app security stuff, you could go months or years without getting paid, and that's not the way you want to live your life. There's a lot of bug bounty hunters, yeah. So most people who do bug bounty stuff are people who already work inside of web app security. If you can get yourself a full-time job doing web app security, it's much better than you're getting a steady paycheck, as opposed to getting a paycheck when the companies decide that you found like a big enough bug. You could get rich doing bug bounty hunting, but it's only like one or two. It's like 100 people out of like 10,000 people who do bug bounty hunting who are able to get a lot of money doing it. Okay, so Infamous says there is a Bacon cipher because it interprets uppercase letters and lowercase as A or B. Yeah, I mean, I think the AI might be able to come to the same kind of conclusion as well. Let me just copy the whole thing. I'll copy the whole thing. We'll feed it into the AI. Maybe it can give us an analysis of this. Okay, where is my AI? Here. Okay, we're doing a different challenge now. We are doing a different cryptography challenge. This is the text from the challenge. GradXT, hello, nice to see you here. So there is a Bacon cipher. It interprets uppercase and lowercase letters as A or B. So if we convert all of the uppercase letters to A or the lowercase letters to B, or vice versa, I mean, we could get something out of it. So, I mean, if we're talking about the actual message, it's this. So if we convert all of the uppercase letters to A and all the lowercase letters to B, I mean, that could be a thing, yeah? So let's do TR upper to A, lowercase a, I guess. So uppercase letters to A, and then lowercase letters to B. Actually, uppercase letters to capital A, and then TR lowercase letters to capital B, like this. And then we would feed this into the Bacon cipher. They probably have Bacon cipher here as well. Okay, Bacon Cipher is... I mean, if it doesn't make sense, we might be able to, yeah, run it through Bacon decryption. That's a good interpretation, Infamous, thank you. So these are, we need to split these into blocks of 5, I think. The thing is that if that's the case, then there's a lot of just repetitive Bs. We can run it through the same thing, and then we can delete all of them. So first of all, delete the spaces, delete the commas, delete the exclamation points, and delete the periods. And then we get that. Run it through the Bacon Cipher, try as is. Yeah, I mean, we can try it as is. But I'm pretty sure that the punctuation is going to get in the way. What? The flag is Bacon Jack Daniels? The flag is Bacon and Jack Daniels. The flag is Bacon and Jack Daniels. Oh, okay, well, I mean, you know, it's good to be able to solve at least one of these challenges today. All right, I'll take the W. I'll take the W if I can get it. Infamous, thank you very much for that suggestion. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure the Bacon Cipher ignores all of the... It ignores all of the punctuation. Okay, let's try submitting this to the challenge. So it's flag is Bacon and Jack Daniels. Did that work? No, I don't think it... That didn't work. Okay, let's take the entire thing. And try that again. It didn't accept the format. Just the part after the flag is? Just, let's see. Urizen says, Overthinker. Overthinker, what are we doing? Try it as is. Yeah, sometimes I overthink these challenges. Just the part after the flag. So the part after the flag is... Where is it? Let's get rid of this stuff. So just Bacon and Jack Daniels, AAAA, maybe? Nope. GG Quack, hello, nice to see you here. We're just, well, I thought we... Wrong flag, try harder. The cure for your worst hangovers and more. Bacon, true science says so. Without the A's at the end. Okay, so without the A's... Jack Daniels, ACAAAA. We'll just try Bacon and Jack Daniels. Did that work? Yeah, it worked. Okay. Awesome. Great. We have the flag, but we don't have the flag. We just needed to submit the, well, exactly what they want. Okay. How much time? Well, we're supposed to be done. Let me do my write-up real quick, and then we can move on to the next topic. So this is not Fashion Victim. This challenge is called Hangovers and More Bacon. So when we name our GitHub files, we need to make sure not to include special characters. Well, we can include like underscores, but no other special characters really. Okay, we'll get our URL for the challenge. Concept. So this is Bacon Cipher. So Bacon Cipher, and also great that you got your GitHub account back. Thank you. Thank you, GretXT. So this is Bacon Cipher. This is also transformation of text. In this case, it's like uppercase to A, lowercase to B. So we are given a ciphertext in the form of a, what is it? A French paragraph. We need to convert all uppercase letters to the letter A to conform to the Bacon cipher, which is made up entirely of A and B characters. We also need to convert the lowercase letters to the letter B. We can do that with this command. Okay, and we'll just get our Linux command here that we used. Pass-tree of TR. Does anybody know if you can use TR on multiple patterns at once? Because I wanted to delete all of the punctuation here. But I had to do it like one character at a time, which is kind of a pain in the butt. Okay, we've got our command. Then we can feed the transform text into a web app that decodes Bacon cipher. And we'll just provide this website here. Okay, so we're done, and we can move on to the next topic. That may be more of a sed transformation. You can chain sed patterns in one command. Yeah. Infamous says I usually use ChatGPT to edit the text. I mean that you could do it that way as well. But it's more fun to figure out a Linux command or like a Linux one-liner that can do the same thing. Okay, everybody, we're going to move into our next topic. And the next topic is this. So topic 2 is HackerFrogs AfterSchool Network Hacking session number 1. So let's go ahead and do that. So everybody, we've got our links. So I've got all the links and all the steps that we're going to be doing in this lesson over at this link over here on the GitHub. But otherwise, we're going to be logging into a room over at TryHackMe. Here we go. Okay, so this is a new it's a new course for this month anyways. HackerFrogs AfterSchool. What is networking with TryHackMe? So this is the first one. This is a cybersecurity program for learning beginner cybersecurity skills across a wide variety of subjects. This workshop is the intro class to network hacking. What is network hacking? Network hacking is the study of techniques that allow users to circumvent or abuse computer network services in order to gain access to data or user accounts that should not be available to them, or allow the elevation or access of user privileges via network services. The first thing we're going to be learning about for network hacking are a number of concepts of computer networking, and this is going to be common to network services. We're going to be learning computer networking, common network services, and how to interact with them. So we're going to be using CTF challenges to do this. HackerFrogs After-School classes prefer to incorporate CTF games into classes for a more interactive experience. But what are CTFs? Cybersecurity Capture the Flag, or CTF games, are training exercises where the goal of the exercise is to capture the flag through use of cybersecurity skills. In this context, capture means to gain access to a file or other resource, and flag refers to a secret phrase or password. So the CTF platform we will be playing to learn network hacking is called TryHackMe, which is a very popular and content-rich platform for learning cybersecurity skills across a wide variety of topics. So TryHackMe learning modules, which are called rooms, are split across different topics and difficulty levels, as well as free and subscriber-only content. So if we do not already have an account, we can register one at the following link. So if you don't have an account at TryHackMe, now is a probably good time to learn about TryHackMe, because TryHackMe's got a lot of good stuff. They also have a free event coming up next week called the Advent of Cyber, which is a great introduction to cybersecurity topics. But where were we? Okay, so let's sign into TryHackMe and then navigate to the following URL. So this is the room called Learn Cyber in 25 Days, and we're taking a look at task number 10 in that room. So let me get the link. This is the link over here. So I'll show you what it looks like if you've never accessed the room before. So over on TryHackMe, I'm going to reset my progress, and then I'm going to leave the room, and then I will come back into the room to show everybody what it looks like when you access this room for the first time. Okay, so this particular module was from a Christmas event from about 5 years ago, maybe like 7 years ago. It was from a long time ago. But the first thing you want to do is you want to click on the green button labeled Join Room. This will give you access to all the stuff in the room. After that, you want to go over to task number 10. There's a bunch of different things you can do in this room, but to cover the stuff we want to look at today, we're going to do task number 10, which is also called day number 8. Okay, so after we do that, we can click on the Start Machine button over here. So click on task 10, and then click on the Start Machine button. It's a green button on the right-hand side of the screen. Okay, so the thing is that, oh, you know what? Usually what we would do at this point is we would start up the attack box, but I've already started up the attack box today, so I don't think it'll let me use it again. Oh no, wait, it does. Oh, okay. I was doing it earlier this morning, and yeah, the server for TryHackMe uses I think it uses London time, so it's already reset. But that doesn't really apply to all of you all. What you need to do is you need to go up to the top of the web page. There's a button labeled Start Attack Box. You want to click on that, and it's going to load up the attack box that we need to use to interact with the system we started up in task number 10. So the first thing you go to is task number 10, click on it, and then click on the green Start Machine button over here. After that, you go back up to the top of the web page, and then you click on the Start Attack Box button, which is going to start the attack box over here. It takes about 2 minutes to initialize, so you're just going to have to wait for a little bit. But in the meantime, if anybody has any good cybersecurity jokes or programmer jokes, IT jokes in general, let us know in the chat, and then we can all have a good laugh together. I'll start. How many programmers does it take? How many programmers does it take to screw in a light bulb? Let me type this into the terminal into here, so that we can all have a good laugh. Okay, how many programmers does it take to screw in a light bulb? Does anybody have the answer? I got the answer from chat like a few months ago. So how many programmers does it take to screw in a light bulb? The answer is 1 programmer to screw in the light bulb, and 30 other programmers to tell them they're doing it wrong. There you go. I hope you enjoyed that. Anyways, let's go back to the challenge. The virtual machine should have finished loading up by now, and this is how we're going to do it. So in the split screen here, we're going to use the terminal to interact with the machine that we started up. So there are 2 virtual machines that are being used. Urizen Lux says also he is not commenting the code. True. There's another 30 people to tell them that they're not commenting their code enough. Okay, so in the terminal, we're just going to hit enter to close, and then we're going to start up a terminal. So you can start up a terminal in the attack box here. So the attack box is a web accessible desktop that is running a version of Linux with a bunch of security tools installed on it. So to start up a terminal in here, there are 3 different shortcuts we could use. We'll just use this one over here. And we're going to be using this terminal to scan the machine that we started up over here in task number 10. So it's got this IP address. So just because we're going to be using this IP address a lot, we're just going to type this into the terminal now. 10.64190.77. So we're going to be using this later. But before that, let's talk a little bit more about what we're doing today. So before we do anything, let's talk a little bit about computer networking basics. We're going to be talking about network ranges. So network ranges are basically sets of IP addresses, and this is what network ranges look like in CIDR notation, CIDR. And they basically let you know how large the network range is. So in this case, 192.168.10.0/24. This is 256 possible addresses from 10.1 to 10.0 to 10.255. So over here, we've got the /16 network. These are called they're commonly called slash networks. So there's /24 networks, /16 networks, and /8 networks. So generally, the larger the number after the slash, the fewer number of hosts that can be, or the fewer number of addresses that are on that network. So /24 is 256, /16 is 65,000 some odd addresses, and /8 is a really large range of addresses. So is that million? Is that so that's 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. So that's 16 million addresses over here. So just keep this in mind while we're going forward. When somebody talks about a /24 network, they're talking about a network that has 256 addresses on it. Urizen says 16 million, not enough. Obviously not enough. Not for the entire internet, of course. Okay, so another thing that we should keep in mind is that there are common patterns in IP addresses. There are generally two types of IP addresses. There's public-facing IP addresses versus private IP addresses. So those are commonly called external IP addresses and internal IP addresses. IP addresses are either internet accessible, also called public or external, or private, also known as internal IP addresses. So if you got an IP address of 8.8.8.8, this is a public IP address, and this is a Google DNS server over here. So an example of a private IP address is something like 10.10.10.10, and you've got special IP addresses such as 127.0.0.1, which is the localhost designation. So localhost meaning your computer, your exact server. So for the purposes of network CTF exercises, we're going to need to understand and recognize common private IP address ranges. So anytime you see these kind of IP addresses, these are going to be internal IP address ranges. So you've got your 10 dot ranges, your 127.16 ranges, and your 192.168 ranges. So these are pretty common, and if you were to type into your computer what your IP address is, it's either going to be your router's IP address or it's going to be one of these internal IP addresses, like 192.168.something.something. Okay, so what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be trying to identify machines on the computer network through a process called ping sweeping. So this is the first thing we're going to do. Ping sweeping is the act of sending ping packets to each address on a network range for the purposes of determining which IP addresses are online. So we can use the Nmap program to do ping sweeping. So we would do Nmap and then these the special flags over here, and then the IP range for this particular address. And this would give you a report on which devices are online. So we can simulate this over at TryHackMe. So at TryHackMe here. So another thing that we can do inside of our terminal here is we can get our own IP, our own networking information. So the command is IPA, and it'll give us information about our current IP configuration. So we can see here that there's a bunch of different networking interfaces that we have on the computer. So we got LO, we have ENS5, we have Docker 0, we have VETH something something, a couple of them in fact. So I think the one that we want to use in this case is we want to use the one for ENS5. So this is our IP address over here as well as our personal address. So we can just grab this and we can put this into our nmap command. So we're just going to paste this in here. We're going to give our nmap command and we're going to do a ping sweep. So this is what it looks like for me, but for you it's going to be something a little bit different. Just copy this to the people in the chat. Okay, so when we give this command here, the nmap program is going to try to communicate with all of the computers on this particular network range, and it'll tell us which computers actually respond back to us. Okay, so these different addresses here report that they are, well, nmap reports that they're up, meaning that we can contact them. So there's a big range of devices over here, and I'm pretty sure like a slash, so the network we're on is a /18 network. So let me see, CIDR /18 network. So /18 network is how many devices? So there is 16,000 different usable addresses on this network. And we were able to get responses from a few of them. Okay. So the other thing we could do is we could see if we can communicate with this particular IP address over here that we're going to be scanning against. So for me, it's IP address 10.64.190.77, but for you, it's probably going to be some other IP address. The important thing is that you use your IP address and not my IP address. Okay, so we can do a ping command. So ping means that we're going to try to communicate with it, and we'll see if it responds back to us. Ping C4 will send 4 packets to 10.64.190.77. Okay, so we were able to communicate with the machine. We received 4 pings back, zero packet loss, which means that we can communicate with this machine A-OK. Okay, let's go back and see what else we're supposed to be talking about. So ping sweeping. We did a little bit of ping sweeping to see which computers that we could communicate with on that network. So there are many ways to do ping sweeping with different programs, including Netcat, Python, and even Bash scripting, but we're going to be using the nmap command. So remember that when you do stuff like ping sweeping, there's probably more than one way you can do it. There's no wrong way, but there are commonly accepted ways. So the nmap ping sweep command looks like this. So it's going to be nmap -sn and then the IP address range. So the other thing that we did was that we used the ping command. The ping command is a very common way we determine connectivity between two different network devices. So network devices that aren't able to communicate with each other, they're not going to be able to exchange information. So we need to figure out if the devices can talk to each other, as it were. So the standard ping syntax for Linux is ping and then -c and then a number and then the IP address. So in this command, if you don't use the -c and instead just use the IP address, we're going to send an unlimited number of ping packets. Let me demonstrate. So over here, we use ping, but we don't use the -c. That means it's just going to keep on sending ping packets to the machine until you quit out of the program. So you can quit out of the program with Control-C, and then we sent 11 packets. Usually when we use the ping command, we want to make sure that we are sending a limited number of packets, because we generally don't like to let programs run forever. Okay, looking up your networking info, we can use the IP command or the ifconfig command on Linux. So we're also going to need to get our own networking info, which we can do with the IP command. IP command syntax is just IP space A to get our own machine information. So I can demonstrate over here. Ooh, this is a bit messy looking. Hold on. Okay, so if I do IPA for my machine, it's color-coded, which is nice. Like I said before, it'll give us a number of networking interfaces that we're using, and each networking interface has a different IP address range. So we've got, on my machine over here, we've got LO, ETH0, ETH1, and we also have Docker 0. So not all of these networking interfaces are actually online. Some of them are present, but I don't actually have an IP address on them. But for this machine, I usually use the ETH0 networking interface, and it lets me know that this is my IP address on this range. So like we saw before, this is a private IP range. So this is 192.198, and that means that this is not exposed to the internet, or at least, yeah, so this particular networking interface is not going to be able to communicate with the internet. Okay. So the other way we can do this is we can use the ifconfig command. So ifconfig is a older command. Ifconfig. If you do ifconfig, it also gives you all of your networking devices over here. And it gives you basically the same information that the IPA command gives you as well. Okay. So if you have any questions about this, let me know. I'll try to answer the questions as best I can. But this is another essential skill when you're doing networking. Okay, yours in. Redeem Nancat, grep personal favorite. Also, he doxed his IP. Did I dox my IP? Hold on. Oh, that's true. Yeah, you can come and get me on my IP address over here. So remember, everybody, these are private IP addresses. Yeah, these are all private IP addresses. All right. But yeah, thank you very much, Urizen. Let's continue. Okay, we use the IPA command and the ifconfig command to get our our networking information. And the next thing we're going to do is we're going to be enumerating some open ports with Nmap. So Nmap is a pretty common program we use for network hacking exercises. It's a very old program. I think it was created back in the 90s, but we still use Nmap today. There are people who use like alternative programs, but Nmap is still pretty widely used. It's a very common networking security tool that can be used to determine which networking ports and services are open on remote servers. So what we can do is we can go over to our TryHackMe machine, and then we can run Nmap against this IP address. Nmap and then 10.64.190.77. So the most basic Nmap command just looks like this. It's very easy, but it doesn't exactly give you the best information. It does scan the target for open ports, the most common open ports. So when you're scanning against ports on the server, it determines whether or not the services are open and available for use. So Nmap tells us that there is a port 80 open on the target, a port 222 on the target, and a port 3389 on the target. So what services these ports are serving, we don't necessarily know. Commonly, port 80 is used for HTTP, which is unencrypted web pages. Port 222 is used for this thing called Ethernet IP, and this port over here, 3389, is used for MSWBT, whatever this is. So let's talk a little bit more about Nmap. It's a pretty complicated program, but Nmap has a lot of different options, flags and arguments that can be used with it. We'll go over a typical method of using it. We'll go over the arguments we're using right here. So typically when I like to do scanning against targets when I do my network hacking challenges, I'll do something that looks kind of like this, and Nmap is being run with these arguments. So -VV is going to give us some very verbose output. -S capital C capital V is going to give us some common scripts and versioning output for whatever services we find on the ports. -P dash gives us a scan against all networking ports, and -T4 is going to run the program very, very fast, but not too fast. So T4 is basically the speed at which you're scanning the target. Generally, you want to scan the target very fast, but not too fast, because if you scan it too fast, you can miss out on you're going to get some unreliable scan results. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this kind of scan on our current target. Okay, so we're just going to do Nmap. We're going to do very verbose. We're going to scan versioning information and common scripts. We're going to scan all the ports, and we're going to scan it fast, but not too fast. So it's going to look, the command is going to look something like this. Okay, so we're just going to give that scan, and it's going to give us a report as it finds open ports and services. So it says discovered port 3389, it discovered port 80, it discovered port 2222, and after it comes back, it'll give us a more accurate read on what's actually running on that particular server. Here's in T4 and T5 are very loud in detection thingies. T4 is generally okay, as far as I found. T5 is less okay, but T5 is also not the fastest you can run Nmap. There are different methods of running very, very fast Nmap scans that are even faster than T5. We should be getting that back. We should be getting the scan back in just a second or two. 95% done. But let's see if there's anything else we're supposed to be talking about in the meantime. Okay, so apparently this is this is what we're going to be doing for this particular exercise. There's also, if you've got access to like an internet accessible virtual machine, like a Kali Linux that you have Nmap on, there's also another website that you can use to test your Nmap skills. But before that, let's come back here. Okay, so we've got port 80. It also tells us so in this case, it also tells us the version of the software that's being run. So in this case, it identifies this as Apache software. So Apache, this is the web server software, version 2.4.29. Okay, it gives you a little bit of information about what is going on the web server. And we also see that there is port 2222, and this is running the SSH service. So the SSH service is basically remote login. So secure remote login in this case. It gives you the version of the software being used, which is OpenSSH version 7.6 P1. And this is an example of non-standard ports. So the SSH protocol is usually found on port 22, but in this case, they've shifted the port that is being used to port 2222. This is, I mean, it's okay, only that, most of the time when other programs are looking for SSH, it's looking for it on port 22, and that might get in the way of other programs interacting with this particular server. But you absolutely can hide your services on different port numbers. It's just that it's not necessarily like a way to keep other people from discovering your services, because they can scan the services with stuff like Nmap, and that'll give away what's actually being run on that particular port. We also see 3389, which is the WBT server, okay? And so we're not going to be doing any additional testing against this. What I really wanted to do today is I wanted to illustrate how, we can do very, very basic enumeration of other computers on the network. Okay, sorry, so it looks like I forgot to set my timer for this exercise, but we've got about 27 minutes left. We're probably not going to take up the full hour, but what we are going to do is we're going to take a look at another website. So the website we're going to be scanning against is called, let's see, there's like an Nmap. Like a sample server. There's a special example server that is set up for scanning called scanme.nmap.org. So it's the official Nmap sample server designed for practicing and testing, and we can all try it out ourselves. So I'll just paste this in. Here we go. And if you have a machine that you can use, you can give it a go. So I'll just do a little demonstration. So nmap, scanme.nmap.org. And if we just run nmap against this target here, it shows us that it has a bunch of open ports exposed, and we can also do additional testing against this. So when we run nmap by itself without any other arguments, it's going to scan like the top 100 most popular TCP ports only. But if we scan the entire range instead, we'll get some different results. So we're going to do the entire network range, sorry, the entire port range with -p-, and let's try running it a little bit faster. We'll run it also very verbose so that it'll give us results as the scan is running. 707 Short says, what are you doing? We're just doing a little bit of test scanning. Okay, so it's generally understood that ports that are under the number 9, like 1000, those have been mapped to pretty commonly used networking services. So we discover port 110, port 22, 143, 25. Some of these services are less used than others, of course. Urizen says, I'm more verbose today. A long-time lurker. Many thanks for your content. And also for raiding Panko many moons ago. It was refreshing. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's very rare that I raid into Panko's stream because Panko doesn't stream at the same times that I do. But anyways, we should be getting, let's see, 59% done, 42 seconds remaining. Okay, so if anybody has another programming joke or IT joke, let us know in the chat. Maybe we can share some of the laughs. But yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time for this thing to come back. Okay. Um. Oh, here's another one. How can you tell you're talking to a person who uses Arch Linux? Okay, so the question is, how can you tell you're talking to a person who uses Arch Linux? What is the answer? If you know the answer, type in chat. The answer is, don't worry, they'll tell you. Okay. Oh, Bit has a Bit has a joke. 3 SQL database admins walked into a NoSQL bar. A little while later, they walked out because they couldn't find a table. That's pretty good. Let me type that in. How come 3? 3 SQL into a NoSQL bar. Little while later, they walked out because they couldn't find a table. Ha 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 ha. If I need to anybody who doesn't get the joke, it's because there are no tables in the NoSQL system. Okay, Uncovered Wishes asks, can you tell me how I can download a custom Kali, FBI Kali? I don't know about FBI Kali. I can tell you how to install Kali Linux on your system if you want to. I've got a YouTube video that covers that. Let me go ahead and grab that. So if you want to install Kali Linux on your own computer, this is a video that I made a year ago. It's a little bit outdated, but you should be able to figure it out. Machine Gun Kali, yeah, that I'm pretty sure Machine Gun Kali doesn't do rap anymore. They do some other type of music. Okay, let's go back. Okay, so we were able to do our scan against the machine. We scanned and discovered these different services. And it also tells you the, well, we can also get the version of the services. So generally when we're scanning against a machine that might have limited connectivity, meaning that it takes a long time to scan the thing, we want to do scanning in cycles. So the first cycle is to discover which ports are open, and then the second cycle is to find out what services exist. So after we discover these ports, we can just plug in the ports over here. So 22, 25, 80, 110, 143, 587, 993, 995. And we're just going to add an additional version check to find out what version of these services is being run. Okay, let's go ahead and run that. Thank you very much, Menjay. Menjay or Menhey? Let me know what it is. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, so this should come back pretty quickly because we're not scanning all of the open ports. We're just scanning specific ports. Does it tell me how long it's going to take? It says 4 seconds remaining. Okay, so it should be coming back any second now. So we also see what the IP address of this machine is. So the machine has a domain, which is scanme.nmap.org. It also has an IP address. This is a public IP address, 45.3332.156. Oh, I thought it was going to come back. Okay, yours says, in Nmap we can press any key or press enter to see the progress. Yeah. It it said 4 seconds remaining, and now it says 10 seconds remaining. So who knows? Who knows when it's actually going to come back? Nmap is a pretty common tool. But the other thing that we could do is before doing this, we could have pinged the machine to figure out if we have connectivity to it. So this is the IP address here. We can try ping to this IP address to see if it responds to us. So it does respond to us. So the other thing we could do is we could do the same ping scan with scanme.nmap.org. It resolves to the same IP address. Okay, it looks like we're still scanning this thing. Now it says 18. Are these minutes or seconds? I can't tell. They should be seconds. Error, what are you trying to say there? Double check, always double check. Should be seconds. Yeah, should be. I wonder what happened. Well, so this should be like a web server. I wonder what the numbers are going up. That's unfortunate. So scanme.nmap.org. And put like an HTTP on top of this. And okay. We set this machine to help folks learn about Nmap and also to test and make sure that their Nmap installation or internet connection is working properly. You're authorized to scan this machine with Nmap or other port scanners. Try not to hammer this server too hard. A few scans a day is fine, but don't scan 100 times a day or use this site to test your SSH brute force password cracking tool. You said 1, 5, and 6, and the 6 sounded a bit weird. Oh, really? Maybe someone is trying harder. Maybe. Okay, we got our report back. So we've got these different services that are being run. So SSH, SMTP, which is mail stuff. POP3, which is more mail stuff. We got HTTP. We got some proxies. We got some stuff we don't really know about because it's TCP wrapped. And yeah, so this is generally how we conduct like connectivity. Well, like initial scans when we do our network hacking exercises. So we can go back to TryHackMe. TryHackMe still this thing is still online, right? We got another 25 minutes. Okay, so this is generally what we do. We do our Nmap scan. We discover the open ports, and then we investigate the ports afterwards. Wait, do we not have connectivity anymore? Let me try that again. This is the same number. This is the same IP address, right? It seems to be down. Let me try resetting the machine. Okay, so this is day 10, start machine. Enumeration, right. So this is network enumeration that we're doing right now. Enumeration just means trying to get as much information as possible. So generally, you don't need to do ping sweeping to do these exercises because they usually tell you exactly which machine you're supposed to be attacking. Ian Cunningham, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. And thanks for the subscription on YouTube. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Okay, so we should be getting a new IP address in just a little bit, and then we'll do some scanning against it. Then I'll demonstrate how we would start like a network hacking exercise. Generally, this is the way we do it. Come on, IP address. So if you want to be safe, you want to make sure that you can communicate with the machine first. So we just run a little ping command against it. 10.64.17.79.88. And thank you very much for following on Twitch, Black Phantom. Thank you. Okay, so we can communicate with the machine. We just need to do our nmap scan. So after we do the nmap scan, we would log into this. We would try to investigate the different services. So HTTP is a very common service, and we can just grab the IP address. Then we can open up a web browser and then plug the IP address into the web browser to take a look at the web page. Most of the time when you're interacting with websites, you're not interacting with IP addresses, you're using domain names. So stuff like google.com or Amazon. But in this case, you can use the IP address directly as well. Thank you very much, Menjay, for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Thank you very much, Menjay. Much appreciated. So Menjay subscribed with Twitch Prime. If you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe to one streamer on Twitch for free. And to find out how to do that, you can find it over here at this link. Okay, so we see here that there's a webpage called TBFC's internal blog. It hasn't finished loading up yet. We're just gonna have to wait for it. This seems a bit slow. Let me see if I can open up another tab and get it to come back faster. The other thing that we could do is we could do a little bit of investigation as to the SSH port. So we found out earlier that port 2222 was not actually running this service, but running the SSH service instead. So if we were to run SSH, we could try logging in as the root user and give a specific port. And the port would be 2222. And we can try to connect. We don't know the password. We can just type in the word test. But this way we confirm that there is an SSH server that is running on this port. If we were to somehow capture some sort of username and password, we can then log in as that user using the SSH service. So let's go back to Firefox. This stuff is not loading up. Okay. GG Quack asks, can you use Hydra to brute force? Yeah, I mean, we can talk a little bit about what else we're going to be doing during this course. But yeah, we can go ahead and do that right now since we've got a little bit of time. Okay, so we've got 10 different sessions we're going to be doing for network hacking, and let's just go over very quickly the topics that we're going to be covering. So the next time on network hacking, we're going to be talking about, not here, hold on. Let's get my session notes for network hacking. Session 2, we're going to be talking about common network services. So common network services, we're going to be learning about how to use the services in their intended way. So very common services like FTP or File Transfer Protocol. We're going to be talking about SMB, which is another type of file sharing service that is common to Windows. And we're going to be talking about Telnet, which is a very old version of logging into a server. That's session number 2. In session number 3, we're going to be talking about web app enumeration, because web apps are very common networking services when you scan against especially Linux servers. So we're going to be talking about how to enumerate against web applications. That's the third session. In the fourth session, we'll be learning about bind and reverse shells. So bind and reverse shells are very common ways to get direct access to a server that has a big vulnerability. Okay, Samba, right, we were talking about Samba. Brennan, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, nothing like layer 2 or like STP. Layer 2? Which layer 2 and which STP? I mean, when we're talking about, we do talk about some brute force attacks as well. So I think we got session 5, we do password cracking, and then we do brute force attacks in session number 6. We also talk about file transfers, file upload attacks, and then some privilege escalation to round out the course. But let's go ahead and finish out our lesson for today. Okay, let's review the network hacking concepts we learned in today's workshop. Ping sweeping. So ping sweeping is the act of sending ping packets to each address on a network range for the purposes of determining which IP addresses are online. So ping sweeping, we don't do a lot of ping sweeping in our regular network hacking, in the course of our regular network hacking exercises, but it does happen a lot more in real life scenarios. Hypercube says reverse engineering one day. Yeah, probably. We might do it in the new year, maybe in January, February. We learned about the ping command. The ping command is the most common way we determine connectivity between two network devices. Okay, we also learned about looking up your own networking info with the IP and ifconfig commands. If we need to get our own networking info, we can do it with the IP command. So commonly you just do IP space A and it'll give you your networking information. And then we talked about enumerating open ports with Nmap. So Nmap is a very common networking security tool that can be used to determine which networking ports and services are open on remote servers. It's a very, very commonly used tool in the network hacking space. What's next? In the next HackerFrogs AfterSchool networking hacking workshop, we'll be learning how to interact with a few common networking services, including SMB, FTP, and Telnet. All right, so everybody, we're going to close out today's session and move on to the next topic for today's stream. So topic 2 is done, and topic 3 is here, and topic 4 is on deck. Okay, so what are we doing now? Let's stop the clock. We're going to put 60 minutes on the clock to finish this portion of the stream, and then we'll move on. So we're going to be doing some web app challenges over at Ring0CTF. Ring0CTF is a very popular web app security platform, and it has a lot of fun challenges. So I'm very happy to be able to introduce this to you. You can make an account over here for free, and then you can start doing some hacking against the different challenges on the website. Okay, in this case, we're going to be doing some web app hacking challenges because today is Web App Wednesday. All right, so what we're going to do is we're just going to plow through the list and we're going to see how many web app challenges we can finish. I'll try to explain what is happening inside the challenges as we go. And we're also going to be trying to do some documentation for these challenges. So documentation, otherwise known as walkthroughs, these are ways we can prove that we were able to finish the challenge by basically letting everybody know step by step how to solve the challenge. So let's see. So this is the Ring0 platform. We're doing web hacking. Okay. Let's go ahead and start. So while I'm here, I'm gonna start closing out some of these tabs we're not using, because when I've got too many tabs open, it's a little bit irritating to me. Close that stuff up. Okay. All right, let's start. So web app challenges, we're just going to go in order of validations. Validations are basically how many people have solved the challenge. Yurizin says these platforms are NSFW. What? What are you talking about? Why would they be not safe for work? Okay, so looking for a password file. All right, so this is the first challenge. And okay, so it looks like we have a website to look at. I'll give everybody the URL for the website we're looking at right now, so that you can try this out yourself. So looking for password file. This is the name of the challenge. Let's make a new file to start our walkthrough. So it's looking for password file. Okay, so for each one of these walkthroughs we do, we're going to record a number of different things, such as the URL, the concept we need to understand to finish the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, so let me grab the URL for the challenge, and then we can start. Okay, so what is this? So this website over here, it says page equals lorem.php. Lorem.php. All right. So this page might be vulnerable to something called local file inclusion. Local file inclusion means that the file that is being loaded up by the web page is being referenced by the application through a URL parameter, like something like this. Oops, let me load it up again. Yurizin says, can we fuzz? I don't think we need to fuzz in this case. I mean, we could fuzz it, yeah. But in this case, we can try, yeah, etc. password. Mika YT, hello, nice to see you here. So what we can do is we can just do a little test to see if this is actually vulnerable to local file inclusion. We would do a bunch of these and then try to access the etc. password file. And we can see it. So we use the application to read local web server files. So local means that stuff that exists on the Linux system that is being used to host the thing. So it's basically the same as doing this command right here that lets you see all of the users on the system. So the reason why we're able to use this vulnerability in this way is because there's a vulnerability on the web app. So you might have seen that we used a special payload to access the file in this case. It looked like this. So ooh, my chat app doesn't like that. It doesn't like that payload. Okay, and let me explain what the payload does before we move on. So we see here a bunch of // before the actual file we want to access, etc. password. So Mika says read backend with LFI. Yeah. So the LFI vulnerability means that if we know where a file is in the system, we can read that file. The reason why we use a bunch of these // patterns over here before we do the actual file we want to read, etc. password, is because each one of these represents us moving up in the file system by one layer. So typically, like an application like this is going to live in the var www HTML directory, and we need to move out of this directory before we can get access to the etc. password file. So each one of these is moving up in the file system from HTML to www to var and then to the top level directory, and then we move back downwards in the file system to the etc. directory and then the password file. So from here, there's probably a flag in here. let's see if there is. Here's the flag. Okay. So the flag was located in the etc password file. So let's go ahead and copy this. So the flag in any CTF challenge is basically the hidden information that you need to get access to submit and prove that you were able to compromise the challenge, and then you're considered to have finished the challenge. All right, let's go back. So submit the flag, and then we're finished. The flag has already been submitted. Oh, I've already finished this one? Maybe. Okay, let's do our write-up. So the concept we need to understand here is local file inclusion, commonly known as LFI. Okay, I think the flag is in var www html www. We found the flag. The flag was in the etc password file. This app is vulnerable to LFI through the landing pages. This is a certain through the landing pages page parameter. Hold on. The page URL parameter. TG says, not to interrupt you, do you have a degree in this or are you self-taught? I'm almost entirely self-taught. I started teaching myself cybersecurity stuff for about 18 months before I landed my first job. I'll say it to myself that I did feel kind of underqualified to do that job, but yeah, I was able to get work in cybersecurity inside about a year and a half. That's not to say that I did it entirely on my own merits. I also had a lot of people I knew in the industry who were able to help me locate that job. Okay, so the app is vulnerable to LFI through the page URL parameter. We can send this payload, which is typical of LFI testing, to find out if it is vulnerable or not. Okay, and the typical payload is a bunch of ... slashes followed by etc password. The reason why we usually target etc password is because it's a very commonly publicly accessible file on the Linux file system. It's also pretty unique to Linux, or Linux/Unix. And yeah, so the flag is in the contents of the etc of the password file. Okay, and that's done. Let's move on to the next challenge. Okay, so next challenge is looking for password file. Hacking skills are optional. What other challenge has a lot of validations? How about this one with 4,000 validations called Headache? Okay, and answer is closer than you think. Interesting. Also gives info about users. That's correct. Thank you very much, Ronan. And Mika says, why don't you serve a website for a write-up like a blog? I mean, I find using GitHub is a lot easier for me. I don't need to pay server costs or anything, and everybody uses GitHub. Okay, so let me record this. So this one's called Headache. Oh, Headache. Okay, I think I know how to solve this one. If you think you know how to solve it, let us know in the chat, and then we'll try solving this together, okay? Okay, so this one is called Headache. Okay, the URL, the challenge, the concept, and the method of solve. GradXC says you can use a static site generator to make a site out of your notes and host it on GitHub pages. I think I might do something like that one of these days, GradXT. It's just that it's not super high on my list of priorities, but it might be something I look into in the future. Thank you very much for letting me know about that. Okay, so the concept, I think what we need to do is we need to understand HTTP methods. So HTTP methods, we're talking about stuff like, they're also called HTTP verbs. And it's basically how we interact with the web page. When you interact with the web page, you can simply get the web page. You can post something to the web page. You can get the headers for the web page, or you could see what method options exist for the web page, stuff like this. So in this case, I think what we need to do is we need to take a look at the headers for the web page, and that'll let us, that's probably going to have like a flag in there. So let me get the web page. It says answer is closer than you think. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to try to access this with the curl program. Curl verbose. Okay, and then we'll just okay, so we'll access the web page. I made a little mistake. So we need, inside of curl, we can actually give different methods. So we can do xhead to tell the request just to get the headers. It's burp time. Not yet. Not quite yet. Okay, so we get the response. So head challenges, and we should see a flag value in here somewhere. So this is our request. Setting custom HTTP method to head using X request may not work the way you want. Consider using -i instead. Capital I, okay. Okay, let's do... So I think the reason why this is redirecting us, and the reason why it's redirecting us is because we didn't send the correct cookies. So we need to send the correct cookies along with this request. Okay, HTTP found. I really wish it would just give it to us. Mango says, why don't you allow comments on where? And thank you very much for subscribing, Ryan Rebel. Thank you very much for following GSET-R45. Thank you. Okay, let me get my cookies. More tools, web developer tools. PHP session ID, sure. Okay, we can include our cookies. I think this is how we include cookies anyways. Okay, this includes the flag. Subtitles. Oh, subtitles? I mean, because I'm doing low latency, I can't do subtitles on my YouTube live stream. Unfortunately, because I want people to be able to see like with as low latency as possible. Great content. Thank you very much, GSET-R. Thank you. Okay, so let's copy that flag and then let's submit this to the challenge. Where is it? Okay, so just submit the flag. So the concept here, was that the right flag? Bet I get. Thank you for the response. No worries. All right. All right, let me reset my ring 0 CTF. Let me log out first because I exposed my cookie earlier. So I exposed the cookie earlier, which means that somebody could potentially grab that cookie value to log in as me. So I'm just going to get rid of that cookie, and then we will try going back to the challenges. Okay, so let's see. We're doing web app stuff here. Okay. Headache, we successfully submitted the flag. Okay, that's great. Let's do the write-up. So HTTP methods. GG Quacks has already done it, apparently. Mango asks, do you use AI to enhance your scripting skills or commands in general? I use AI. Yeah. I don't. It's not my go-to unless I'm looking up a topic I don't know anything about. It's usually about using the AI to do research more than asking the AI to solve everything for you, especially if it's something that you already have knowledge about. Easy session hijack. Did you hijack my session? I invalidated the cookie, so you shouldn't have access anymore. Okay, so method of solve. So this web page, the challenge title, this challenge title implies that we have to use the HTTP head method to access the page. Can't we, so Bit asks, can't we solve it by looking at the developer tools in the browser? I don't think so. I don't think we can't make head requests from the browser generally, unless you've got a special plugin for your web browser. We can use curl. You can use the curl program to access the web page using the head method. Okay, and I'm just going to grab. So this session ID has been invalidated already, so I'm not too worried about it. But you know what? Just for fun, I'm going to redact this. Your cookie value here. Okay, so let's see. John He Brew Inc. says our own validation is only real validation. A degree is, what are we talking about? A degree is a certificate proving that we don't mind being slay. Okay. I'm thankful for the free lessons. You're the man, and I'm sure that you are PhD status. I don't know about that. Okay, so can we solve it by looking at developer tools? Kind of true. I mean, we're in the third year of the degree, and definitely all of it can be self-taught. I mean, a lot of the stuff in cybersecurity can be self-taught. There's a lot of materials out there that teach you this stuff. There's a lot of stuff on YouTube. There's a lot of stuff on GitHub. There's a lot of stuff all over the place. You can ask the AI to teach you stuff as well. It's, if you know where to find the materials, then you can educate yourself entirely in cybersecurity. Okay, but yeah, if you want to get some good education links, we've got them on the HackerFrogs GitHub here under education resources. So if you want to take a look, you can do so over here. There's a bunch of links for different topics like digital forensics or Linux or network hacking, all the good stuff. Let's go back to the challenges and let's look for another challenge to solve. So how about this one? Big Brother is watching. We'll try it out. Even Google can't find this one. This one's another very common vulnerability. Well, it's not a common vulnerability. It's a very common vulnerability that you'll find in beginner CTF challenges in the web category. Mango asks, do you have specific times where you do your live streams. Yeah, so I'm usually doing them on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You can usually find our schedule over here on the GitHub. Sorry, not the GitHub, the Reddit. GSET says, my opinion that before going into cyber, you'll need to know how things work, how they're structured, how to be comfortable with Linux. Yeah, I've got a starter pack. A starter pack of links for people who want to get into cybersecurity from zero technical knowledge. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I'm saying it's possible if you do a lot of studying and are self-disciplined and like the topic. Okay, let's see if I missed any of the messages from chat. Many of the people I know in the industry are self-taught, says Judy Quack. Okay. I mean, I know a lot of self-taught people in the industry as well. And I think GSET says otherwise it's just overwhelming the amount of info. There is a lot of stuff to know when you're getting into cybersecurity. John asked 0 to hero in 30 days. You're probably not going to get it done in 30 days. I would give yourself at least 18 months. So anywhere between 18 months and 24 months, it's more of a realistic time frame for getting your first job in cybersecurity. That is considering that you're doing full-time study and you're not doing a lot of slacking off. Okay, so let's move on to the next challenge. So the next challenge is called what? It's called Big Brother is Watching. Yeah, you need to eat, sleep, and breathe cybersecurity if you want to get it done in a very short amount of time. I don't really recommend doing it that way because you're much more likely to burn out if you do it like that. Okay, so Big Brother is Watching is the title of the challenge. As usual, we're going to be recording all the usual things like the URL, the concepts, and the method of solve. So in this case, John says 18 is a good number. It means end and new beginning. Thank you. There's an infinite, well, there's not an infinite number. There's not an infinite amount of information. It feels very, very close though. But if you really love technology and you think that it's really fun to learn about technology, then you'll fit in a lot better in cybersecurity. If you find studying about new things to be really, really painful, then it's going to be very hard for you. Okay, so the URL for the challenge is here. The concept here, we're talking about robots.txt or the robots.txt file. So the robots.txt file is located right here at the robots.txt endpoint. No, is it? Am I wrong? It says even Google can't find this one. This is usually like a reference to search engine robots. Even Google can't find this one. Okay, so what we're doing right now is there's a message in here. It says always believe in yourself, and there is some sort of long hexadecimal string. But this might be a message that's in all of the challenges. I think I've seen this message before. So let me go back. We'll go back to the challenges. And we'll see if it exists in other challenges. Let's take a look at headache. And I'm just going to go in here. I'm going to go down to the bottom. It says always believe in yourself. So this isn't something we need to pay attention to because it's in all the challenges. Okay, but otherwise, so it says even Google can't find this one. So the name of the challenge is called Big Brother is Watching. I thought it would have been robots.txt, but maybe it's not. John says you started to say what we were doing and then you stopped. Sorry, did I cut off? We're just trying to figure out what's going on here. So this is not the challenge. The challenge is Big Brother is watching. Okay, so even Google can't find this one. Big Brother is watching. Oh, maybe the robots.txt has to be in the web root. Yeah, the web root. So the thing about the robots.txt file is that it's usually found in the web root of the web page. The web root of the web app that you're looking at. So you're not going to find it in another directory. It's usually going to be in the base directory. So hold on, it looks like we've got ads on Twitch. When ads happen on Twitch, they happen on YouTube. And in the meantime, we haven't had some birds. This is like a big part of my stream. I put on the birds while we have our little ad breaks. So everybody enjoy the birds, and we'll be back in just a second. I just need to have a little water break, but enjoy the music in the meantime. Okay, so if anybody doesn't know, I like to put on my bird videos during the breaks because they've got mandatory ad breaks on Twitch. So while the ads are going on, I just put on the birds, and yeah, I've got a little bird feeder out here, and it's really fun to feed them. I put out some peanuts and bird seeds, and they come out, and it's a lot. I really enjoy watching them. GSEN asks, is this real time? No, this is pre-recorded footage. I just grabbed the best footage, and I show it to you all. Okay, let's put the birds back, and then we'll get back to the hacking. Alright, so it says disallow this directory right here. So this directory is the directory, well, the thing about the robots.txt file is this. Let me try explaining it. So there's something called search engine robots. Search engine robots. So these software robots search and index web pages. You can include a file on your website called robots.txt to let the robots know which parts of the site can and cannot be indexed. So what we need to understand about robots.txt is that it is actually pretty common to find them on websites such as google.com. So if we go to Google and then we go to google.com/robots.txt, this file exists on Google, and it lets the other search engine robots know which parts of the website can and cannot be indexed by the search engine robots. So it allows this website, or sorry, this directory and this directory, but not this directory, and not this directory and not this web page, that kind of thing. Okay, this is very good if you need a roadmap of everything. Hacking account says, is this really pre-recorded or are you joking? Pre-recorded? You mean the birds? It's nighttime where I am right now. It couldn't be live. We're talking about my birds, right? Anyways, so that's robots.txt. So we see a directory here that should not be indexed. So we can go ahead and go to that web page, or that directory rather, and it's got a flag. Great. This is how we solve this one. Okay, just submit that flag, and you're done. Yeah, so last user who solved this is me. Great. And we'll do the write-up. This web page references Google not being able to find something. It's similar to something we saw in a famous CTF web app hacking game, Natus, from Over the Wire. These streams are priceless. I'm glad you think of it. I'm glad you think that way, hacking account. Thank you. Okay, so we can go directly to the robots.txt page here. Let me just grab the URL and then tack on robots.txt to it. Okay, and from there we see a directory that should not be indexed by the search engine robots. The flag is in that directory. Okay, and that's done. We'll move on to the next challenge. Let's see which one is next. Persistent, many thanks for that. I mean, I'm working through easy challenges, so hopefully I can solve the easy challenges. And these challenges they make for a good opportunity for me to explain what's going on, because if I can't explain something, I'm not going to be able to teach it. And I'm trying to teach as much as I can over here. Okay, so Big Brother is watching, done. Next one with a lot of solves is this one, Area 51. Let's go ahead and try that one. Okay. So this is the URL for the challenge. It says access to this area is restricted using some secure HT access. So HT access is a file that you can include on your web server, and it has a bunch of security settings on it. Let me go ahead and start the walkthrough for this. So this one is called Area 51. So I'm expecting that this particular challenge has to do with some sort of special, what is it called, HTTP header that we have to send with our request in order to get access. So the concept is the .ht access file. Let me just refresh my memory on what this file is. Thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube, newer. Thank you. Okay, so access to this area is restricted using some secure .ht access. So we could try accessing this file directly, ht access. and we don't get anything, of course. Let's see if we can access it from, you don't have permission to access this resource. So we can't read this file. So we need to find some sort of way around. Okay, so .ht access. This is specific, I think it's specific to Apache servers. So it's a file configuration file used by Apache web servers to control its behavior on a per directory basis, without needing to modify the main server configuration. Okay. So, I mean, we're not really editing the thing. So, common uses for HT access, URL rewriting and redirects, custom error pages, password protection, IP address blocking. So, I mean, there's probably some special thing that we need to access. We need to modify in order to get access to the page. So what do we have here? Access to the area is restricted. We can also take a look at the page source to see if we can get some extra information. Okay, so I guess something we could do is we could also try looking at this in Burp Suite. I don't know if these easy challenges are something we want to use Burp Suite with quite yet. Okay. So let's see, .ht access. We could probably try looking this up on like one of the hacking repository websites, something like Hacktricks. So hacktricks.ht access. Okay, common HT access file hacks. Let's take a look at this. Thank you very much for subscribing, Maciej. I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name. Let me know how to pronounce it, and I'll pronounce it correctly. Thank you. Thanks for subscribing on YouTube, and thank you very much for following on Twitch, Higolgo13. Thank you. Okay, so let's just do we'll just go over this real quick to see if we can find anything that we can use. Oh, is there a dark mode for this? Because light mode is a bit irritating. Setting basic options, okay, indexes. Changing the default file in the directory. Changing how files are handled, rewriting URLs. GreatXT says, these results might relate more to web server administration than from a hacking standpoint. I mean, it says common HT access file hacks. But, you know, I mean, it also might be more about securing stuff instead of hacking stuff. Rewrite engine on. So we could try accessing something directly instead of index.html. We could try index.php. That might. There also might be some sort of debug parameter that we can send along with this as well. Okay, so where is the page? The page is here. So how about we do index.php? Okay, this is index.php. So if we try accessing index.html, it also gives us OK, which is kind of weird. So no matter what we put in this directory, it's going to say that this is valid. which is not the way it's supposed to be. Well, maybe. We can put whatever the heck we want in here, as long as it's in this directory. Whoops, not this one. We were looking at Area 51. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Shupandi. Thank you. Okay, so let's see. Helps you understand some ways in which attackers use .htaccess files. So, I mean, the other thing that we could do is we could try to find some way to access the htaccess file itself. So under challenges.htaccess. Okay, did that do anything? No. So this challenge, I think the challenge number was 48. We could give like a URL parameter like debug equals on. Debug equals true, maybe? Nope, that's not it. Okay, so .htaccess hacks. What is .htaccess? 8 useful hacks to apply. Okay, let's give it a go. I wish this website had a dark mode as well. Okay, what can you do with .htaccess? So you can redirect visitors to another page, create your own error page, protect specific folders with a password, block IP addresses, manage a cache. Okay, so one thing we could do with this page for the challenge is we could try scanning inside this directory. So we could try scanning in the directory for potential directory busting attacks to see, if anything is valid. So I get the feeling that doing directory busting in this directory is going to be very difficult because it basically considers anything valid. So we might not be able to do standard directory busting like that, but I can give it a shot. Let's call this my web enumeration tab. So this is also not going to work because I have to include my cookies along with this, which could be it's a bit weird to include because everybody's watching. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this challenge. Because, if somebody decided that they wanted to grab my cookie and then start messing around with my account, that'd be a big boo-boo to do like live on stream. So maybe I need to skip this challenge and move on to another one. Anyways, let's just commit this for now. We'll move on to another challenge, maybe one that might be a little bit... that doesn't involve me exposing my cookie values. The problem is that most of these challenges are going to involve me. If I need to interact with the website in any way, I need to include my cookies. So I need to find some way to work around that. Okay, let's try another challenge then. How about words mean something? Okay, So this is challenge 42. GradXT says, hide off screen, store cookie in bash variable, use variable in place of cookie value. It might show the cookie in the response header though. Maybe. Let me take a look. Yeah, the cookie appears in the response. So if somebody really wanted to hijack my session or something, they could. Most of the time, this isn't an issue because you're usually using like something that's not exposed to the public internet. But in this case, the infrastructure is exposed to the public internet. Okay, so this is the next challenge is called Words Mean Something. Okay. The URL, the concept, method of solve. It could be that I can't really do these on stream because, you know, if I need to put in my cookie, it's a no-go. Okay, so words mean something. It could mean that the contents of this message actually have a clue as to what we're supposed to be doing here. Thank you very much for following, Joshua. Thank you. Thank you very much. You know what? Let's do a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so we're detecting the language. This is Latin. This is Latin. It doesn't tell us anything. Words mean something, you say. Why are cookies so important besides being delicious? If you're able to grab somebody's cookie value and then plug it into your own web browser, then you can get access with that user's session. So if somebody tricks you into giving you their cookie for their user session, then they can log in as you. Of course, this should be invalidated if you log out of the website. But if you're not fast enough, people would be able to, you know, use your user session and change stuff in your user settings and stuff like that. Would be bad. Okay, so use ChatGPT to translate it. Yeah, I guess I could do that. It's a pretty good use for ChatGPT. Okay, what is this text? Can you translate it? I think it's in Latin. Yeah, I mean, it looks like Latin, but what? The text is actually Pseudo-Latin. Pseudo-Latina, known as lorem ipsum, and it does not have a true translation because it is a garbled version of classic Latin. Some words are real Latin, but many phrases are grammatically nonsensical. Okay. Here's a natural language summary of what the lorem ipsum block is meant to sound like in English. Okay, if you want a word-by-word attempt, here's the deal. Most of the words are real Latin, but the grammar is broken. It's not real Latin. Okay, so what's going on this page? So the challenge says words mean something question mark. Could this be some sort of cipher? Because I don't immediately see anything that we can manipulate here. I guess one thing that we could do is we could start looking inside of, what is it called? Burp Suite. So let's try starting up our Burp Suite. Okay. Ken PDX says it's called Latin filler. Web designers use to lay out pages when they don't have actual text to work with. Yeah. It looks like Caesar cipher. Lorem ipsum placeholder text is meaninglessly made by, usually used by web devs to figure out cell spacing. Yeah. I've seen it quite a bit. It's just that I was kind of curious whether or not there was an actual message, like, hidden in here somewhere. But is the lorem ipsum always going to be the same? Hanky says, am I too late to join? No, you're not too late to join. We're doing challenges over at Ring 0 CTF in the web app hacking category. The link is over here. Variations. I mean, that makes sense. It's a cipher that looks like lorem ipsum. So lorem ipsum cipher. So here's the generator. Is there a cipher? Okay, what are we dealing with here? Lorem ipsum book cipher. Hidden messages inside lorem ipsum. How to create lorem ipsum text. Okay, you know what? I'll try asking ChatGPT if there's a cipher. Is there a cipher you can hide messages with in lorem? How do you spell it? Lorem ipsum. Okay. Are you doing this on a VM? I am doing this on a VM, yes. So this is a Kali Linux virtual machine, and lorem ipsum is actually an excellent carrier for several steganographic ciphers. Many CTFs do exactly that. The text looks like noisy pseudo-Latin, and naturally enough, there's hidden patterns that do not stand out. So here are the most common ciphers that you can hide inside of lorem ipsum. Baconian cipher, case-based encoding, exactly like your previous challenge. So you encode using the pattern uppercase equals B, lowercase equals A. Could it be that easy? Hold on, let me take a look at the original message. So the original message was this. So I mean, if we take this entire thing, can we echo this out? I suppose we don't need to echo this out. We can put this inside a file and then do some manipulation to it. Okay, and then we cat it out. And then we do tr. Uppercase letters are A and lowercase letters are B. So uppercase letters, replace those with A's, and then tr, lowercase letters, replace those with the letter B. Okay, and then we plug this into like a bacon cipher to see if it actually gives us anything valid. Although there are way too many B's. I don't know. Let me we can try it out. If it doesn't come back with anything that makes sense, we can always switch it around and then try again. Let me grab my music. How about some StarCraft? Okay, decode. We're looking at bacon cipher in here. Okay, so bacon. So we were able to decode a message using bacon cipher previously. In this stream, we'll see if we can get something here. Okay, this doesn't... This doesn't look like anything, but we can replace this. So we'll just do the opposite thing, replace the uppercase letters with B's and the lowercase letters with A's, and see if it changes it any. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, this still doesn't look like anything intelligible. Hacking the Gibson, are we? Oh, we're trying. We're trying. Okay, so what else could be hiding inside of lorem ipsum? So we could do... So bacon cipher. We can do acrostics. So each word's first letter encodes A to Z, or a simple plaintext sequence. So in acrostic cipher, the first word of each... What does it look like? So what happens if we just take the first letter of each one of these words? I mean, I could get ChatGPT to do this for me. Okay, so if we're using an acrostic cipher, what is the message if we take the first letter from each word of the text? Lids aka something something. Alright, so we've got... Oh, we're finished. Wow. Okay, we've got one more thing we're going to be doing this stream. We're going to be doing our Web Application Firewall challenge. We'll see if we see anything, like, you know, in the next couple of minutes, but otherwise we're going to be switching over to the next topic. Okay, so ChatGPT is doing its thing. I'm going to take a short break because I need to have a little bit of water. So we'll be back in about 30 seconds, but in the meantime, you can enjoy the birds. Enjoy the music, enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. Okay, Henke says, maybe grep out. Rel Nano, hello, nice to see you here. Are the birds mine? They're neighborhood birds. They're wild birds. I don't have ownership over them, but they just come by and they eat the stuff from the bird feeder. But I do enjoy feeding the birds. Alright, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay. This isn't a real message here. The other thing we could do is we could just get the capital letters out of the message. The thing is that it doesn't look like there's really irregular capitalization, but I guess we could give it a try. So to delete all of the lowercase letters, we would do this. Or it's TR-D. And we're left with this. LAPSVIPF. I mean, I don't see a real message. CPU says, crazy frog. Understanding, nothing is a beginner, but I love it. Yeah, I mean, if you want to... You can also use binary. Binary numbers. So A is 1 and B is 0. We probably... Yeah, that would be a bit of a stretch. I think I'm gonna put a pin in it for this. Hacking account says, how much of hacking is luck? Some amount of hacking is luck. I wouldn't say that a lot of hacking is luck, because if you're a person who's trained to see certain patterns and to investigate certain anomalies, then you're going to have a much better chance of discovering a vulnerability than somebody who doesn't have any training. There's a certain amount of luck to hacking, I guess, but I wouldn't say that's a lot. Okay, let's put a pin in this. We'll come back to it some other time. Okay, and then let's get ready to do the last portion of today's stream. So the last portion of today's stream is going to be over at TryHackMe.com, and we're going to be learning about firewalls. Okay, so they were eating. What they were eating? Where did that come out? Bird clip again. Yep. Well, I mean, the bird clips are there for the ad time, because we don't want to just, stare at an empty page. We'd rather watch some cute birds do some cute bird things. Okay, so let me go ahead and put, I don't know, let's put 120 minutes on the clock. We'll do this for a couple hours. We'll see where we are at after 2 hours. We might have finished it, we might not have. Okay, topic 3 is done. Topic 4 is here. Okay, so this is WAF introduction. We're talking about Web Application Firewalls. So this is the main topic of today's stream. And we're going to be talking about what web application firewalls are and what they do for people, or your application in general. So we'll join the room. Sometimes you need some birds in your life. I mean, they're really interesting animals. They're not quite like people. They're very, very far removed from people. Anyways, let's talk about what's going on here. Can we set this to dark mode? This is the first thing you ask as a hacker at any point. Dark mode, awesome. Yeah. Now it looks like we're doing hack the box. Okay. WAF time. Yep. So if you have a free account, you don't need a paid account at TryHackMe to access this room. If you don't have an account, you can make one for free. And we're gonna be accessing this room. Well, we're not gonna be using the attack box because I've already used the attack box today, but we're gonna be using a VPN connection to access the TryHackMe network. Theo, hello, nice to see you here. Did anybody know that Theo does security live streams? So B7, let's see. There you go. I'll give you a shout out. And we will get going with the topic. All right, so task 1, introduction. We're talking about web application firewalls. You begin your penetration test expecting a hardened web application only to compromise it with a simple SQL injection. How? The web application firewall was absent, misconfigured, or bypassed. Despite being a staple of modern security architecture, WAFs are often misunderstood. They're usually treated as magic shields when, in fact, they are complex systems with strengths, limitations, and blind spots. So in today's lesson, we're going to be learning about web application firewalls for cybersecurity practitioners who are already familiar with network and web application security, but have not yet explored how these firewalls operate under the hood. After completing the room, you will learn about the evolution of firewalls from basic packet filters, how WAFs defeat threats using signatures and behavioral analysis, fingerprinting WAFs in real engagements using passive and active techniques, analyzing WAF rules and anticipating bypass opportunities, dissecting real-world rules from the OWASP core rule set, and assessing WAF limitations. Dib says, what are you up to today? We're just about to start a little exercise learning about web application firewalls. Okay, so can anybody tell me what WAF stands for? Just kidding, everybody. It stands for Web Application Firewall. Okay, so in the second task, we're going to be activating a virtual machine to interact with. We prepared a virtual machine with OWASP WAF control, a dashboard for mod security and OWASP core rule set. You can start the virtual machine by clicking on the green Start Machine button below. Okay, so in this task, we need to start the target machine. And it's going to start up a virtual machine that we can use, that we can attack. So in my case, I'm going to be using my Kali Linux virtual machine to access the machine using using a VPN key. So this is the VPN key I've been using for TryHackMe. We're using the OpenVPN program to use the VPN key to access the TryHackMe network. Okay, so after this is done, we'll know that we're connected because we all have a new ton0 interface. So ton0 is it's the default name for the interface created by OpenVPN, and this is going to be our IP address on the network. So we'll know that we're actually connected to the network if we can ping the machine on the network over here. Ah, okay. So let's see. To view how your attacks are blocked and logged, access this using the credentials below. Only needed if you're using your own machine. Well, I mean, I am using my own machine. Admin 1234, IP address this. Connect via this over here. Okay, so we're just going to copy the web page address. We're going to put this in another browser tab. And now I'm connected to the machine. Enter your username and password to access your AOWC panel. Okay, we were given some credentials here. So admin 1234. Okay, and now we're logged into our panel. So this is the Web Application Firewall panel over here. We're going to be learning a little bit more about, ooh, why is this so jittery? I don't like this. Does it become less jittery if we... No, it's still jittery. I don't like this. Okay, so CPU says you should be using a bunch of people hacking without dark mode instead of the birds. Now that's an interesting species. People hacking without dark mode instead of the birds. Well, I mean, I prefer to look at the birds more. Okay, this is really irritating. I'm just not gonna look at it. Okay, so what do we got? So using Firefox in the attack box, confirm that you have access to the web page. Yeah, we're done. Using the provided credentials, confirm that you can log into the dashboard using the credentials provided in the task. The birds are smarter. That's a controversial statement, sure. All right. Okay, so let's do our little firewalls refresher. Let's revisit the history of computer firewalls. So security was often an afterthought in the early days of computer networking. They began connecting their internal networks. They realized the need for a bouncer at the entrance. So they needed a way to decide which traffic is allowed to enter and which one is turned away. Consider the technology available at the time. This answer was a stateless packet filter. Okay, why do we have this big image? Stateless firewalls, the gatekeeper with no memory. So as the name implies, a stateless packet filter or firewall is stateless. It is a gatekeeper with no memory. It operates at the layers 3 and 4 of the OSI model, where it can inspect IP addresses, TCP and UDP ports, some headers, and other protocols. This basic packet filter is entirely ignorant of the context of the traffic. Each packet is judged in isolation. Think of it as a border agent looking at a child's passport as if the child is traveling alone. That's a funny metaphor, okay? This security measure worked for a while until attackers realized that they could abuse the fact that it is stateless. In other words, the attackers would send a packet with an ACK flag to trick the firewall into treating the packet as if it was part of an established connection. That's pretty funny. Because this firewall does not keep track of established connections, it may allow it to pass because it became clear that a more intelligent firewall was necessary. Stateful firewalls. By the mid-1990s, as attacks became increasingly common, a new firewall model emerged, the stateful firewall. Unlike stateless firewalls, which inspect each packet in isolation, stateful firewalls keep track of active connections, which allows them to better judge a packet before letting it through. Think of it as the firewall being able to answer the question, does this packet belong to a legitimate ongoing conversation? Because they track ongoing sessions, forging a packet with an ACK flag set can no longer trick the firewall into treating as if it was part of an established TCP connection. Moreover, out-of-sequence packets, along with other anomalies, can be detected and dropped. In other words, if the firewall allows outbound traffic to port 443, and an outside attacker cannot simply send a packet with the source port of 443, set the ACK flag, and trick the firewall into treating it as part of the legitimate ongoing connection. Being aware of established connections significantly improved the firewall's efficiency. Thank you very much for following Rel Nano on YouTube. Thank you for the sub. Thank you. Okay, so next we're talking about... Koibo says, I didn't know people streamed at CTFs. This is sick. Yeah, well, we try. We're currently talking about firewall stuff right now. So if you want to take a look at some of the other hacking stuff that we were talking about before, you can go back to the beginning of the stream. It's pretty easy to do inside of YouTube. And thank you very much for following on Twitch, Santer. Firewalls that understand layer 7. So as the need for the improved security increased, a new firewall technology emerged on the market. Before exploring web application firewalls, in the next task we'll revisit more types of firewalls. So application level gateways, or proxy firewalls, deep packet inspection firewalls, and next generation firewalls. So application level gateways are referred to as proxy firewalls. one way to think of it is like a protocol interceptor. It's like a diplomatic interpreter who listens to your message and repeats it, ensuring that it does not contain any hidden any bad stuff, okay? Unlike stateful firewalls that merely track TCP connections, ALGs terminate incoming connections and initiate new ones on the client's behalf. Okay, Koibo says, this is hype. I'm in a CIT program in school, and I've been diving into it as much as possible. I actually participated in my first CTF with SANS and AWS a month ago. It was awesome. Yeah, CTF events are a lot of fun, especially if you're doing it with a team and you can share a lot of notes. It's a lot of fun. Okay, this setup provides them with a complete visibility into application layer protocols such as HTTP and FTP, among others. Consequently, they can validate command syntax and sanitize payloads. While superseded mainly by more scalable technologies, ALGs have laid the conceptual groundwork for Layer 7 inspection, showing that to defend an application, one must speak its language. So when we're talking about Layer 7, we're talking about the application layer inside of the OSI model. So Hacking Account asks, how many years have you been doing it? How long does it take on average to learn to become solid? I mean, I'm still learning myself. I've been learning for about 4 years, coming up on 5 years, but I still consider myself pretty well. I still consider myself to be learning a lot. But how long does it actually take to become like good at security stuff? Years and years. Less time if you study it often, I guess. It's hard to say. CPUD says, so a stateful firewall knows if a certain packet makes sense in that connection? To a degree, yeah. Okay, so the next thing we're talking about is deep packet inspection firewalls. So stateful firewalls inspect IP addresses and ports. Deep packet inspection firewalls examine the contents of the message itself. DPI goes beyond headers to scan the actual payload of the packets, looking for telltale byte sequences of malware, peer-to-peer traffic, or encrypted command and control beacons. Crucially, DPI isn't a standalone firewall architecture, but a capability embedded within modern threat prevention systems. For example, it might flag a seemingly benign HTTP stream because its entropy matches that of known ransomware traffic, or block a disguised Tor connection hidden within an HTTPS. So DPI alone lacks contextual awareness, so it can detect a unit select inside a packet. Still, it cannot determine whether it's part of a legitimate database administrator query or an attack, unless paired with something like protocol understanding. This limitation is precisely why DPI evolved into something more, which is the next generation firewall. Okay, we're talking about some other people talking about the CRTA certificate. I don't keep very good track of certifications. What is the CRTA? Oh, that's a certified red team operator, right? Or wait. Certificate, cybersecurity. Or is that the more advanced one? Oh, we're talking about SAN certificates. Interesting. CPU asks, do you have any certifications? Do you work in cybersecurity? I worked in cybersecurity for about half a year in web app security. I do have a certificate, which is EJPT, which is kind of a junior pen testing cert, but I wouldn't say it's super important for the stuff that I do. Okay, so the next generation firewall. So the next generation firewall is a stateful firewall that decided to get a PhD in context. Okay, next generation firewalls don't just ask what is their traffic going, it asks who's sending it, what application is using it, is it encrypted, can I decrypt it safely? So should this user even be accessing this service? By fusing stateful inspection, integrated intrusion prevention, SSL TLS encryption, and identity awareness. Next generation firewalls enforce policies based on users and applications, not just IP and port tuples. Yet, despite their power, these firewalls treat HTTP as one of many protocols. When it comes to defending against logic-based web app hacks, such as parameter tampering or JSON injection, they often lack the granularity of purpose-built WAF. Oh boy, sure is a lot of terms that were thrown our way just now. Hanky says that it's a certified red team analysis. Okay, CPU asks, how did you get hired without a degree? I heard you made art before. Yeah, I did. I used to, I went to school for illustration. But now I'm doing cybersecurity stuff. So it's a pretty wacky, wild world. So the people who work in cybersecurity, the ones who are doing the hiring, you can bypass some of the human resources if you know people. So it's basically social networking. It can be very, very useful for getting your first job. That's not to say that you don't need to know any skills to do the job, because if you don't have the skills to do the job, you'll get fired very quickly, even if you used connections to get your job. So you don't necessarily need to have a bunch of certificates to be hired in cybersecurity, but you do need to know your stuff. Okay, so let's see. They've got a big table here. So the firewall types, we got stateless packet filters at OSI layers 3 and 4. So these are they're pretty primitive. Hacking account says CTFs help. Yeah, CTFs help a lot. Well, I mean, for getting those skills, CTFs can be very, very helpful, because each CTF challenge you complete, it teaches you a little bit, and what are hackers if not like a collection of little tricks and stuff that they can use to do testing? Okay, stateful inspection. Music's a bit loud. Okay, stateful inspection firewalls. So application level gateways, deep packet inspection firewalls, and next generation firewalls. So we go up in sophistication, and generally as we go up in sophistication, we go up in the OSI layers as well. So application firewalls specifically are layer 7. Thank you very much for subscribing, Cyber. Cyber, you weren't subscribed before? You've been chatting in here for a while, but welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun little video routine. How about some Jurassic Park?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, so which flag can attackers misuse to bypass a stateless firewall? So stateless firewalls can be bypassed using the awk flag, which means that it's the middle of a connection for TCP. No? Did I could have sworn that was it. Hold on. Oh, not the awk flag, the ACK flag. ACK for acknowledge. Sorry, I didn't know where. The ACK flag. ACK. Okay, so what type of firewalls track active connections? So the active connections are being tracked by stateful inspection firewalls. Active connections. Active connections. Stateful, right? Okay, and finally, we're talking about web application firewalls. Santer says, oh, Saptac, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And who else is here in chat? Santer. Santer says, great content. Thank you. Which firewall did you interact with the most in your field? So, I mean, I deal with web applications. So I'm guessing that... I'm not guessing. So web application firewalls are something that you have to deal with when you do when you test against web applications. Naturally, you don't see them as much in CTF exercises, because CTF, well, unless you're dealing with more advanced CTF exercises. The easier ones usually operate without any firewalls. Okay, so web application firewalls. We're here. So Web Application Firewall is a security control that inspects HTTP and HTTPS traffic, so both inbound and outbound, for signs of malicious intent. Unlike network firewalls that guard ports or next-generation firewalls that classify applications, a Web Application Firewall speaks HTTP fluently. It parses methods, headers, cookies, query strings, and post bodies to enforce policies aligned with threats such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, file inclusion, and command injection. In other words, it strives to protect against the OWASP top 10 web application security vulnerabilities. I mean, what I'm doing right now is kind of like an online class, but I do give online classes. They're usually done as part of the HackerFrogs AfterSchool program, so it's usually during the second hour of each stream. CPU says, I started learning on TryHackMe and I find it super cool. It even has a roadmap. Yeah, it's gotten a lot better over the years. Okay, so although they cannot fix broken code, WAFs attempt to mitigate known vulnerabilities without requiring source code changes. This is called virtual patching. Unlike real patching of vulnerable code, if the firewall rule does not cover a particular payload, it would pass through and hack the vulnerability. So the thing we have to understand about web application firewalls is that they can be configured to cover vulnerabilities that the application code doesn't cover, but it's just one layer of the security of keeping an application secure. Ideally, you would want your application to actually have secure code, so that even, if the web application firewall wasn't there, it would be able to, not be vulnerable to certain attacks. Okay, Neek O, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so the power of web application firewall. So the WAF is not the only firewall that understands HTTP traffic. It may be the only firewall that possesses in-depth knowledge of various attacks targeting web applications. For instance, it would realize that this payload right here is a classic SQLI probe, and that this is a browser executable XSS vector. WAF rules are built around detecting web attacks and are trained for that purpose. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch. Everybody, we're going to take a little break. And in the meantime, we can watch some birds. How about these birds? Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to take a little ad break. And have a little bit of water. Just a second, everybody. Okay, we'll put the birds away. We'll get back to the lesson. So this is the great thing about web application firewalls is that they'll take a look at your traffic and they'll realize that you're trying to send some sort of attack. So they'll see this in the traffic and they'll say, that's an attack. Let's drop this packet. Let's send back an error message. Or if they see something like this, they will say, oh, this is an attack. It's basically, it's a bunch of rules. And if you trigger the rules by sending these kind of payloads, then it will activate and then drop your... Let's have a sip of water to stay hydrated. That's what I try to do. So yeah, so it'll identify potential attack payloads and it'll drop those requests, and it'll prevent those attacks from happening. Okay, so you can deploy Web Application Firewalls in a few different ways. You can use a cloud-based model, a network appliance, or a host-based model. So cloud-based models are traffic through vendor infrastructure, for example, DNS, and Web Application Firewall terminates TLS. So we got Cloudflare, AWS, WAF, Akamai, Imperva Cloud. Okay, so these are cloud-based web application firewalls. There's also network appliances. These are physical or virtual inline devices, often paired with load balancers. So there's examples like the F5 Advanced WAF, the Fortinet WAF, and the Barracuda WAF. And there's also host-based ones. So these are the ones that I encounter the most in CTF exercises, because they're basically web application firewalls that operate on the host itself. So this is stuff like mod security and OWASP core rule sets. And thank you very much, Net Interspace. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, so fingerprinting. It was once said you don't need to bypass a WAF to beat it. Sometimes just knowing it's there is half the victory. So penetration testing a web application. Thank you very much, Santer, for subscribing for 3 months. Wow, that's very generous. Thank you very much, Santer. Let's give you a fun special video to redeem just for that. How about some war games?
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Death Smoke. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so fingerprinting is it's important. We need to understand that there is a protection in place before we can do some hacking against a particular target. So let's see. So penetration testing a web application behind a web application firewall can be very frustrating if we don't recognize that a firewall is interfering with and blocking our different payloads that we're attempting. Once we realize that a WAF is standing in the way, we can avoid wasting time on payloads that it's going to block, or tailor obfuscation strategies based on known rule weaknesses, and adjust our testing space to avoid rate limiting or IP bans. In other words, we need to determine if a WAF exists before considering how to manipulate the packets and bypass it. So we're going to be talking about how to discover the web application firewall. I'm going to cover these approaches: passive header inspection, behavioral analysis, automated fingerprinting with WAF woof, and subnet level automation with Nmap's HTTP WAF fingerprint. So let's see. So the first thing we're going to be doing is passive header inspection. Read the name tag. So the first approach would be to inspect the headers of the target web application. From the terminal, use curl I, followed by the target URL or IP address. See if you can spot one of the most common cloud web application firewalls. Okay. So let's see. What do they want us to do? So curl I web app example 1. Okay, the following are real examples. This one shows that the target is using Cloudflare. So okay, they don't want us to actually do anything. They just want us to take a look at these examples. So we're taking a look at headers for this particular website, and server Cloudflare. Server Cloudflare means Cloudflare, and Cloudflare it has a web application firewall in place. So that's how you can identify this particular web application firewall. So the next one is using Imperva. So Imperva, the header we're looking for is this one, XCDN, Imperva. So if we make a request and inside the headers we see this header here, XCDN Imperva, that means that there is this particular cloud-based web application firewall in place. And the next one is Securi. So Securi is using which one? xsecurity ID. So the point here is to be able to identify whether or not the application's using the Web Application Firewall by spotting it in a few different ways. So this first way is spotting it using the response headers. So this one right here, this lets us know that it's using another Web Application Firewall. Prime Content, thank you. Yeah, thank you, News Retort. Thank you very much. Scorpion says, how often do streams happen? This seems pretty cool. Yeah, we do a stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So this is the Wednesday stream. We're going to do another one on Friday. Behavioral analysis, watch how it reacts when it gets poked. Okay, this one is more invasive than the first one. In this case, we're not only requesting a web page, we're also sending something that might look malicious. We're literally concatenating malicious looking strings that are generally indicative of attack. So the following harmless strings, which many common attack signatures would trigger on. So this is a SQL, this is a database injection payload. This should trigger SQLI signature. This is an XSS payload. This would match XSS signatures. And this is a local file inclusion payload here. This would activate an LFI signature. Okay, thank you very much for becoming a member of the HackerFrogs on YouTube. Christian Vasily, thank you very much. Okay, so everybody, if you become a member on YouTube, you get access to the uploaded videos about a week earlier than everybody else. Thank you very much. And Alhai the MT, I'm not too sure if that's the way you pronounce your name. Amazing, highly informative watch, thank you very much. Okay, so the above are harmless and resemble real attacks. You should obtain permission before attempting them outside a lab environment. So you should not be sending malicious payloads to web servers that you don't own or are not intended for education purposes. They could get you in trouble. Okay, so if we send... What are we doing here? So if we try to contact a web server, and we send a very harmless looking payload here, so q equals test. Actually, q equals test could be indicative of some sort of... I mean, q might be normal. It is a search endpoint. If it's a search endpoint, q equals test, this is normal. This is not going to get flagged. Thank you very much for subscribing, Cliff, on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so let's see. By adding this payload here, or this payload, after encoding the space, the WAF was triggered and the response changed to 403 forbidden. So if we contact this web page and we include like a very normal payload like this, so test, as opposed to sending something that looks like it could be a database injection attack, it switches over from giving us HTTP 200 OK, which is a normal response, to giving us a forbidden response. So basically, if we include any like really suspicious looking stuff in our web request, it will lock us out of access. So it gives us a 403 forbidden. Okay, so over here, if we get a 403 response, then we probably got blocked by the Web Application Firewall. So Hacking Account asks, what does it do? Are you talking about the payloads? So let's talk about the three payloads we're talking about over here. So this is a database injection payload. This would let you bypass authentication. So this would let you, if the application was vulnerable, this would let you log in without a username and password. This over here, this lets you, this is cross-site scripting payload. It basically proves that that you're able to do JavaScript injection on the application. Thank you very much for subscribing, Clark Buffington and root user CN. Thank you. And the third payload here, this is local file inclusion payload. If this was successful, then it would let you read. They would let you read files on the local web server. Basically, if you've got a web server and there was a local file inclusion vulnerability, it could let you read any file on the system, not just the files that are available on the web application. Okay. Let's see. Sashrut Mishra asks, have you tried W3N yet? What is W3N? Let me know what that is. Maybe I have tried it. I'm not sure. I'm really bad with acronyms. Hacking Account says that's pretty much root access. I mean, I wouldn't say it's root access. It is read access. It doesn't necessarily let you list out everything. You need to know that something is definitely there before you can read it. But anyways, what were we talking about? So yeah, if you include like something really suspicious looking in your request, usually the Web Application Firewall will block you. So if you see 403 forbidden or a blank page, that is a block from the Web Application Firewall. 406, I don't see this particular code very often. Not acceptable. So common mods in mod security CRS, okay? So a custom HTTP page with access denied. This might be another type of Web Application Firewall being used. It's basically trying to identify what kind of firewall you're dealing with. So if you see like a message like this, you're probably dealing with this one over here, mod security. Root user CN says, I'm newbie. Wrench, hello, nice to see you here. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, so if you see a very delayed response, so more than half a second or something, there's probably a Web Application Firewall doing inspection. No change from normal search, probably no Web Application Firewall or blind probe. Okay, so automated fingerprinting. Let the tool do the heavy lifting. So instead of using curl, you can also use a tool. This is what we want to do as security testers. We love our tools. We also like to do manual inspection, but if we got a tool, we love using those. So WAF-WOOF, developed by Enable Security, begin with the baseline probe. If the results are inconclusive, escalate with a controlled set of potentially malicious HTTP requests. Root user CN, I got a machine, hack the blocks, and TryHackMe where we had to use like dot slash. I haven't seen that payload before. Maybe you're thinking of // So was it something more like this? Was it something more like that? Let me know. But what were we talking about? Oh, WAF-WOOF. So yeah, this is what I want to learn about in this room. Because if we've got a tool that we can use to test for web application firewalls, that is really good. So it says it can detect over 500 WAFs. Here are some examples. In this first example, it doesn't detect one. Okay, so we just run WAF-WOOF. It's extra good if the tools that you use for hacking have silly names. So WAF-WOOF is great. Okay, so let's see. So this one is an example where it doesn't detect a web application firewall. The next one is where it identifies some sort of firewall here. The server returns a different response code when an attack string is used. Normal code is 200, while the response code to a cross-site scripting attack is 403. Okay, so the good thing is that it gives you a way that you could manually retest this if you wanted to take a look at yourself. Lenim Gen X, hey, nice to see you here. Another late night working here in Spain. I'll have your stream in the background while I get some stuff done. Lenim Gen X is a person who designs CTF rooms. And I actually learned a lot about web application firewalls from one of his rooms. And I don't remember. So Lenim, can you tell me, what was the name of your room on, I think it was Volnix? What was the name of your room that talked about web application firewalls? Because I would like to recommend it to people on the live stream. So KenPDX says somebody needs to make a tool called Waffy Duck. What lab are you doing? We're doing this one right here. It's called WAF Introduction. It's got some good information. Okay, so let's see. So the result also showed that the WAF was in place, but in the output below, you can see the existence of the WAF was detected when using usual HTTP response codes. Okay, so so WAFWoof runs on this website. It says that the site seems to be behind a WAF or some sort of security solution. The server returns a different response code when an attack string is used. The normal response code is 429. That's weird. While the response code to the file inclusion attack gives 200 response, but the regular response is 429. That is really fun. Lenim says Vulnix, your WAF, and my WAF. Your WAF and my WAF. Okay. So if anybody wants to give this a try, on vulnix.com, this website has a bunch of different virtual machines that you can download and do testing against. And Lenim designed your WAF, which is a very fun challenge that deals with web application firewalls. If you want to take a look at this yourself, you can take a look at this particular challenge over here. I haven't tried the MyWAF challenge yet, but I really want to explore more of Lenim's challenges. All of them have been really, really good. So if you ever do some challenges and you see that Lenim has designed it, it's usually a sign that it's a good challenge. Okay, so the next one is automated fingerprinting using the Nmap script. So Nmap is a pretty common tool that everybody uses in the network security testing space. So it says WAFWoof is excellent at detecting WAFs for a single host. However, for checking a subnet, you might want to consider trying Nmap script HTTP WAF fingerprint. So we can Nmap, we can run the script HTTP WAF fingerprint, and hopefully it can identify something. Okay, to start using it, you have to build your Nmap command like the following. So something that looks like this command right here. Remember to specify TCP ports where you want Nmap to probe, okay? In our experience, WAFWoof is the best automated tool at the time of writing. So Lenim, if you're still here, let me know which tools you use for WAF detection. Do you use tools like WAFWoof or do you use like other tools? Wrench says, I will learn Windows Active Directory from here. Yeah. So, I mean, I have some other YouTube videos that talk about Active Directory as well if you want to take a look. I can pull up my playlist for you. Playlist. I've got a bunch of different playlists that cover different topics. And yeah, Windows hacking challenges are over here. Thank you very much for the subscription, AI Automation Central, and thank you very much for the subscription, Jay Alston on YouTube. Thank you. And thank you for the Twitch follow, knowledgeableness. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go back. All right, so which layer does a WAF primarily inspect? So layer, I mean, if we're talking about OSI layers, everything in the web application is happening on layer 7. Okay, and the next question is, what do you call mitigating vulnerabilities without source code changes? I think it's called like something patching. It's called something patching. Hold on, It's called virtual patching. Okay, that's the answer. Virtual patching. Okay, and what HTTP status code do you get if you attempt an SQLI against this? HTTP status code against this address. Status code, Oh, I think they want us to actually interact with the machine. That's amazing. Summy, hello, nice to see you here. What is this? So we're just talking about some security stuff. We're talking about web application firewalls, and we're examining this room over at TryHackMe. You can make an account for free over at TryHackMe if you want to give this a try yourself. It's a really good website for learning about hacking and cybersecurity concepts. Okay, so they want us to actually do the thing. Okay, we can do the thing. So before we do the thing, we're going to make sure that we have time on our machine. Okay, we only have 17 minutes left on the machine. We probably want to update that. Add 1 hour. Okay, so we want to contact this particular web server. That's the one that's operating that we use. Curl I. Okay, 302 found. What we want to do is we want to send. Actually, okay. Before we go on, I want to do a quick scan of this particular host to figure out which ports we want to attack on it. Wrench says, "Join the dark side." Join the dark side. I mean, we're not necessarily doing anything bad with our hacking, of course. Sami says, "I'm in Red Team Roadmap right now in THM." Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. So TryHackMe Red Team stuff. We do a lot of network hacking topics here as well. If you want to get like a list of some of the different education resources we do, you can find them over at the HackerFrogs GitHub website. So just choose whichever topic you like to do. GSET says we can use the examples they gave us. So before we proceed, I just want to give this a quick scan. Okay, so we'll just call this nmap scanning. We'll scan the target to see what ports are exposed. Okay, so this is the IP address. Let me just copy it. So we'll nmap scan this thing. Okay, there's port 80, there's port 22. So usually unencrypted web pages are on port 80. So let's see what happens if we access this normally with our web browser. I learned web hacking from PortSwigger Labs. PortSwigger Labs is a really good place to start learning about web hacking. Well, I mean, it's not just a good place to start learning about web hacking. If there's one website you want to learn from when you want to learn about hacking web apps, it's PortSwigger. And Ash says, "Hey brother, what is the level that you think and the knowledge to start bug bounty and thanks?" Bug bounty it's not a beginner level kind of thing. You have to be fairly knowledgeable about web app attacks in general, and you should probably have like a couple of specializations that you do inside of web app hacking to start doing bug bounty. A lot of people, bug bounty is tough because you could go for months or years without earning any money when you do bug bounty. So it's hard to recommend. Okay, so this is so let's just do the attack. So curl I this website, and then we'll try giving some sort of attack payload. So we could do something like or 1 = 1. This is SQL database injection payload. It's not really applicable to this particular. Hold on. Thank you very much, Lumos, and thank you very much, Soviet Union. Thank you. Let's see. DIB, DIDIB. In CTFs, what are your favorite types and the problems that I like? Yeah, usually what I do, the type of stuff that I like to solve in CTFs is web app hacking challenges. This calls it malformed. How about this? Malformed input to URL function. Okay, so we'll just do the normal one. The normal one will look like this. This is okay, but URL rejected. So URL rejected. How about we go to, oh, you know what? Here we go. This looks like local file inclusion attack. Not found. Well, okay. Not found is kind of natural here because it wouldn't be able to find this. So this is not what we're looking for here. Actually, let's try one that that they suggest in the task. So test equal. Let's try this one. We'll just try this particular payload. Let's give it a try. Oh, 403 forbidden. Okay, this is what comes back if we give it a bad request. And thank you. Whoa, lots of messages here. Thank you very much for subscribing, Nerds Who Sell. Thank you very much. And on YouTube, D Nesh VD, and who else? Thank you very much. I like a good amount of crypto, although I'm terrible at. I'm also not very good at cryptography stuff. 8-Bit Bandit X, hello. Nice to see you here. Thanks for everything. You taught me to finish with help desk. I got the position I'm in. Thanks again. Thank you very much, 8-Bit Bandix. Yeah, nice to see you here. You know what? Let's give everybody here a fun little video redeem. How about some Devil's Bedroom? This is from a classic hacking-related episode.
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the devil's bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the devil's bedroom.
Okay, so if we send a malicious-looking payload to the server, we get a 403 forbidden. And let's go ahead and do the next thing. So signature versus behavioral detections. Okay. So what is the difference between these two things? A signature-based WAF says, I know what a knife looks like. I know what a knife looks like. Okay. Let's see what's going on in chat. And root user says, ice cream is better than potatoes. Is it? Is that a scene from Prison Break? It is a scene from Prison Break. Yeah. Not every geek can break into NASA. A behavioral web application firewall says, I know a benign use of using a knife, such as cutting bread, looks like, and I know how somebody holding a knife maliciously moves around. Unfortunately, both can be fooled, one by disguise and the other by mimicry. Let's explore these type of detection mechanisms. So, I mean, detection, signature-based and behavior-based, these are also detection methods that antivirus uses. So signature-based antivirus says that if I see a file that has these contents, it has these strings, then I'm going to block it.
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the devil's bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the devil's bedroom.
Thank you, Wrench, for redeeming the devil's bedroom. Thank you very much. Soviet Union says, mythical YouTube recommendations while taking a break from my N+ study. Hope to see more content. Thank you very much, Soviet Union. And everyone can do it. Everyone can do it. I hope everybody doesn't do it. Otherwise, it's going to be a big problem. Okay, so let's talk about this. So signature-based detection. So signature-based detection engines work by comparing the contents of each packet against a list of known malicious signatures. So signature-based means that if it matches this kind of stuff over here, then it blocks it. So these malicious payloads. Generally speaking, such detection engines recognize what's malicious and rely on this knowledge to know what's benign. So it include rules that match SQLI patterns, such as this one in the HTTP request. So this is the malicious payload right here. So this WAF will respond with something like 403 forbidden if it receives these type of requests. Any similar attacks will be blocked unless the attacker finds a way to evade the rule. So the attackers can invade the rule when you're doing these kind of attacks by doing encoding. So basically the unencoded version of the payload looks like this. This is the basic one. What you can do is you can transform the request into something that that is not going to match the rule anymore, like this. So this uses URL encoding to transform the special characters into something else, or even like this, or even like this. This is kind of extreme. So the other thing you could do is you could do case variation. So when you want to do your union select as part of your malicious database payload, you can instead use something that looks like this, the sarcastic SpongeBob case, or the alternating caps, to evade this kind of thing. Comment insertion. So the attacker would attempt to insert comments to evade triggering the rule, okay, and alternative syntax. So the attacker can replace one syntax with another. So basically, this is the payload that's going to get flagged by the signature-based WAF, but if you modify it so that it looks slightly different, then you can evade detection like this. So for the attacker to exceed, once they've determined that there is a rule in place blocking their payload, they need to make various changes and try again. Depending on the rules, they might be able to evade the detection. The main advantage of signature-based detection is the number of false positives. So normal traffic incorrectly detected as malicious. This is expected to be low. So the thing is that if you use signature-based detection, it's not going to impact like regular users, because regular users don't include stuff like this in their regular web traffic. This kind of stuff is only used by malicious people and hackers. Not that they're the same thing. Okay. So furthermore, the rules are relatively manageable to write and understand. Finally, they can run as fast as the running code can match the incoming traffic. So when you use signature-based WAFs, they don't really impact they don't impact the speed at which the traffic comes in. So they do it very, very quickly, as opposed to like a more complicated web application firewall that could slow down the flow of traffic. The disadvantage mainly lie in the fact that signature-based detection engines are as good as their signatures. They might miss malicious payloads due to encoding or other related techniques. They cannot detect an attack that is not within their signature database. So basically, we can think of signature-based WAFs as something like this. So they've got a list of malicious stuff. And you might have some stuff in here, like or you might have some stuff like there's just a bunch of malicious payloads in the list of stuff that it's looking for. But anything that's not in this list is allowed. So this is a disadvantage, because if somebody manages to find something that does the same thing as this, but doesn't look like this, it'll go through. Okay, so a summary is provided in the table below. So signature-based, low false positives, easy to write and understand, high performance. Disadvantages is blind to obfuscation, can't detect zero-day attacks. So zero-day attacks are basically new attacks that nobody has seen before. I guess behavioral detection might be able to detect zero-day attacks. Okay, requires constant updates. So the other detection method that web application firewalls use is behavioral detection. So it's also known as anomaly-based detection, and generally speaking, such kinds of detection engines are trying to know what's normal. Any deviation from normal is going to be flagged as an anomaly. To build a baseline for normal, exposing the engine to normal traffic is indispensable. So I mean, if it happens that AI is going to be integrated into security, it's going to be more in this kind of neighborhood in behavioral detection and less in the neighborhood of signature-based detection. But the thing about behavioral-based detection is that it's got a pretty high overhead. Nerds Who Sell says, where can I get a list of attacks? A list of attacks? I mean, there are a lot of different attacks, but if you want to learn about different attacks, you can use a website like PortSwigger Academy, PortSwigger Web Security. So we're talking about security in the context of, protecting stuff. Okay, so Hacking Account says, would any of those tricks still work if they're already well documented? Wouldn't that mean they've been patched everywhere? Patched everywhere it's not realistic. So patched everywhere, that's not feasible, because even if people try to patch their stuff, it's very impractical to patch everything, especially when you've got really old stuff that people aren't paying attention to. In order to patch something, you have to understand that it's there. And a lot of organizations kind of lose track of all of their servers and all of their applications. So old applications might be vulnerable to certain attacks, mostly because they haven't been updated, because people aren't really paying attention to them. Okay, let's play some new music. How about this? Okay, RJ asks, are you hunting on HackerOne? No, I'm not a bug bounty hunter. Let's catch up with chat. Okay, Zmello asks, any courses on API pen testing or hidden API discovery? Yeah, I mean, I think there's a free API testing course. API testing course free? It should come up as the first thing. Well, okay, not the first thing. Hold on. API Sec Security, this one right here. So this one has been recommended to me by a few different friends. If you want to learn about API stuff, let me get you a better looking link than the one that comes from Google. This one right here. Okay, Yaso Kovic says, I thought that SQL injections were useless nowadays. No. Unfortunately, no. There's less SQL injection these days because people are using more secure frameworks to code their stuff. Unfortunately, when they start modifying their code, the code that comes with the frameworks, they reintroduce SQL injection payloads, SQL injection vulnerabilities. So SQL injection still exists. It's still out there. There's less of it now, but it's still out there. Okay, and do you remember when you ate ice cream last time? No, I don't remember when I ate ice cream last time, unfortunately. Thank you very much, Sir Caffeine, for following on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, and Soviet Union says, one of the reasons I switched from signature-based to rule-based WAFs used to get lots of comment requests from random places on some of my WordPress sites. Okay. Okay, RJ asks, do you have DC? DC? What does DC stand for in this case? JWAP asks, how often do you log most of your stuff whenever you break any of your VMs? Well, I mean, I don't deal with too many VMs on a regular basis. The only VM I really use quite often is the Kali Linux VM, and whenever something goes wrong with it, I just revert it back to to the beginning state. Thank you very much for subscribing, Hung Wo. Thank you. But yeah, if you want to join the Reddit, we've got a Reddit. We also have a Discord. Okay, so we're talking about behavioral detection. Thank you very much for subscribing, Clement Chu. Thank you. Okay, so exposing the engine to normal traffic is indispensable. Normal behavior can include input length, parameter count, data types, session rates, historical behavior, among others. So let's say that a standard HTTP post request is expected to look like this kind of thing. Then the detection engine receives something like this. The existence of special characters in the username, along with the white space, is an apparent deviation from what normal username should look like. So the main strength of anomaly-based detection is it has a decent chance of blocking unknown and zero-day attacks, as such attacks deviate from normal behavior. Furthermore, they are much better at detecting malicious traffic even when encoding or similar tricks are employed. Finally, the detection engine will adapt to the application and get better over time. The main disadvantage is that there's a high false positive rate, despite the necessity of undergoing a training period. It's also worth noting that compared to signature-based detection, anomaly-based detection tends to be computationally more expensive. Okay, and Sangam Pun asks, are you using Linux? Yeah, I'm using Linux. I'm currently using a security distribution version of Linux called Kali Linux. And thank you very much for subscribing, Clement Chu. It's Kali Linux. Root user CN says, I use Arch, by the way. And Sri Charan says, what is the procedure you follow for web testing? The procedure you follow for web testing, whenever I do web testing, it's generally you work from very common vulnerabilities and then you spread out from there. So the first thing you want to do is, I mean, I don't know if I can talk a lot about this, but generally you just work from more common vulnerabilities to more uncommon vulnerabilities as you go. Okay, so anomaly-based. The advantages of anomaly-based web application firewalls: catches unknown attacks, harder to bypass with simple encoding, adapts to application logic over time. But it has high false positives, requires training time, and computationally expensive. Okay, hacking account asks, no, Sang Voy VO4, are you from Panko's community? Let me know how you found the stream, thank you. But that's my signature emote right there. Oh, Discord. DC stands for Discord. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I don't usually see it abbreviated like that. Okay, but yeah, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Discord as well. Let's see. Hacking Out says, why are you routing traffic through a VPN? I mean, are you talking about this? So I'm using a VPN right now to access the network for TryHackMe. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to access their machines. Unless you're talking about something else. Okay, so Vux says I usually use Parrot. Parrot is another Linux distribution that has a bunch of security tools. Okay, AKC asks, do you daily drive Linux? It would be super nice to be part of the stream, and nice to meet you, the Shy Hat. Hello, nice to see you, AKC. Nice to see you here. And yeah, I mean, I consider myself like a daily user of Linux because I use my Kali Linux machine so much. Whether or not the machine that I use underneath Kali Linux is a Windows machine, so I'd say that I understand how to use both Windows and Linux, but it's hard to say which one I like better. They're both pretty good. Okay, let's move on. So hybrid detection. So in many modern commercial WAFs, a combination of both the previous approaches is used. Traffic might undergo a fast signature check. Following this step, a deep inspection is conducted to determine the anomaly scoring. And finally, a weighted risk score is calculated to decide on the packet. So this, it seems kind of like overkill, but sure. Which detection method uses known attack patterns? So known attack patterns are mapped to signature-based. And what kind of attacks can behavioral detection catch that a signature-based cannot? So the type of attacks that they were talking about were zero-day attacks, which are basically new types of attacks that are previously unknown. Okay, Sir Infurhat says, why do you work in temp directory? So okay, that's a good question. The reason why I work inside of the temp directory is because while I do my streams, I usually create a bunch of files in here, and when the stream is done and I turn off my computer, I want all of these files to disappear, and stuff in the temp directory disappears. But thank you for asking. Okay, what the heck are you talking about? Everything is going over my head. No worries. We talk about more beginner level concepts earlier in the stream. So if you want to take a look at some beginner level stuff, in the second hour of today's stream, we were talking about network hacking, but we were trying to do it in a very beginner friendly method. Thank you. Hacking Account says, how do they detect zero-day attacks though? So they don't really detect zero-day attacks. Is the fact that they detect abnormal behavior. So if they see some abnormal behavior, they're just gonna block it. They don't have a signature for it, but they see that this is outside the norm, and they might block it, and that might block some zero-day attacks. Okay, so introduction to rules. So at the heart of every web application firewall is the rule set, a collection of conditional statements which determine which traffic is allowed, logged, or blocked. These rules are human-readable and often human-written logic trees, and they're usually expressed in a domain-specific language. Thank you very much for subscribing, Pixie and Jimmy Barrios. Thank you very much for subscribing. I've been getting so much new subscribers and follows today. Thank you very much to everybody who's watching. Nerdzucel says, gotta bounce. Thanks and excited to learn more from you. Thank you very much, Nerdzucel. And yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the Discord or the YouTube comments, anywhere you want. Okay, example real rules. So the best way to learn about the rules is to dive into the rules. The following one is for SQLI, which is database injection, and it's from the OAuth CRS, this version right here. Thank you very much for subscribing, Lior Lavovsky. Thank you very much, and welcome to the stream. Okay, so the security rule is called Detect SQLI. It's got a bunch of application-specific stuff here, and it lets you know that this is a very high-level vulnerability here, and it'll give you some sort of score afterwards. So I've never really dealt with creating rules in particular. I don't really understand most of the stuff that's in this particular rule set, but this is the common format, and if you're a person who was using one of these WAFs and configuring it, you would learn to use this kind of template. Okay, the trigger is secrule request base name detect SQLI. Let's see. Please do live bug bounty. Listen, Vux. There's a big problem with doing live bug bounty. If you do live bug bounty, you're basically showing like a bunch of people watching your live stream that there are security problems with the particular website. And if you see that there are, like, you know, if I discover like a really big bug inside of Google, for instance, then the people watching the stream know that you can hack Google by using the stuff that I discovered, and they'll start hacking it, which means you're responsible for, you know, people committing crimes. The other thing is that if other people are doing bug bounty programs, they can watch you discover a bug, and then they can report the bug before you do, which means you lose out on the money for that bug because somebody else scooped it up while you were doing your live streaming. So there are a lot of reasons why you wouldn't want to do live bug bounty hunting. In addition to the fact that I don't do bug bounty hunting in the first place. And thank you very much for subscribing, Ethan Sadiq. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hacking Cat says, I've seen a few people stream bug bounties. Yeah, I mean, that's up to them. I wouldn't do it. If I discover a major bug on live stream, I could open myself up to legal problems, let's just say. Respect what you're doing here, Shy Hat. Thank you. Thank you very much, JWAP. Okay, so what are we doing here? We're taking a look at the rules. So let's see. Detect SQLI. This is a call to libinjection, specialized C library designed only for detecting SQL injection. Okay, so I'm just gonna gloss past this because this isn't really stuff that I'm too concerned with. I know that the people are configuring the detection rules. I more deal with the opposite end, which is trying to get around the detection rules. JWAP says, craziest part is that I actually had a buddy talk with me about web application firewalls. I mean, if you've got a good web application firewall, it could make up for bad code in your application. Unfortunately, some people think that if they deploy their web application firewall, it means that they don't have to code their web application correctly. That's not the case. Okay, so let's just skip past here. Which library does this use to detect SQLI? Okay, I think that was at the top. Specialized C library is this one over here, at detect SQLI. Let's copy this. This is not the correct one. Hold on. Library, detect. Is it called something else? Detect SQLI? Lib injection. Okay, thank you very much, Zmello. Okay, so lib injection. What transformation handles double URL encoding? So transformation double URL encoding. Detect SQLI is a function, I think. Yeah, okay. Let's see, double URL encoding. Double? I mean, the word double isn't very common in this thing. Okay, so URL decode UNI. Perform recursive URL decoding. Ah. Okay. Copy that. Recursive URL decoding handles double encoding like this. Is it just called this? URL decoding UNI. Yeah, okay. All right, and the last one is what score is increased when a critical rule triggers? What score? So we're looking for a specific score. So there's SQL injection score, and there's also anomaly score. It's probably an anomaly score. Anomaly score. Oh, that's not how you spell anomaly? Hold on. Everybody, how do you spell the word anomaly? Sometimes, everybody, remember, if you do not know how to spell, you do not get to hack, which would be very sad. Okay. Oh, it's an N. It's an O and then an A. It's ANOMALY. Okay. Anomaly. Okay, it says log onto the dashboard over here. Under attack control, click critical attack and locate the attack that triggered the rule. What is the URI that triggered this rule? You'll need to click view to view the request details. Okay, so we're going to go to the dashboard that we logged into over here. And so we are logged in, right? They want us to look at what? Under attack control, click critical attack. So attack control, critical attacks, and this is basically a bunch of, this is the Web Application Firewall. It's keeping track of all the web traffic and the stuff that triggered the Web Application Firewall. So in this case, we're looking for something specific. Locate the attack that triggered rule 932160. Okay, we'll search for this. Okay. So 932160, remote command execution. So somebody tried to do a remote command execution payload on the application. So where? Okay, I need to make this a little bit smaller. Smaller, smaller, smaller. What are they looking for? So let's view this. Ah, okay. So we get some details here. All right, so this is the payload that was sent. And if we take a look in here, so this is a local file inclusion attack. So somebody tried to do parameter equals up, and then they tried to access a local web server file, so etc password. So I mean, I'm not too sure what this would be in the application, but it's obviously referencing some sort of file. Thank you very much for subscribing, Naton Chomp Punch. Chomp Unch? Chomp Punch? No, I'm not too sure how to pronounce that. Let me know. Natanon. Anyways, okay, so this is the type of attack that was trying to be sent through. And I think this is what they want from TryHackMe. Okay, cool. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so I'll run one on YouTube. While the ads run, I'll put on the birds and I'll take a little water break. Okay, we just had a little water break and we're watching the birds. This is one of my favorite bird videos. These are some Stellar J fledglings that I caught on camera, having a little bath. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Phantom, I am drinking water too. Awesome, awesome. Keep hydrated, everybody. Alright, let's go ahead and... Man, this little guy's so cute. Okay, let's put them away. Let's get back to the hacking stuff. Okay, so we're going to go to this section, the limitation of web application firewalls. Before concluding this room, it's worth visiting some of the limitations of web application firewalls. So these only work if the rules are good. WAFs are as good as their rules, although this may seem obvious. It's worth emphasizing here, signature-based rules are very likely to miss new payloads. Obfuscation via encoding, comments, or even whitespace can make it possible to evade regex-based rules. Furthermore, a sizable number of organizations run WAFs in log-only mode due to the high rate of false positives, rendering them useless for protection. That's unfortunate. Syra Vuri, hello, nice to see you here. Can you provide a bug hunting course? I don't do bug bounty hunting, but if you want to learn about bug bounty hunting, the first thing you want to learn about is web app security first. I can recommend web app security education resources. Let me give everybody something. So we've got education resources. In order to learn about bug bounty, you first need to understand web app security first. So here's a list of web app hacking education resources that everybody can use. Thank you for subscribing, FX Rodriguez. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. But yeah, in the list of links over here, there's a bunch of different courses you can take for learning about web applications, how they work, and then you can jump into learning about web app security stuff over at websites like PortSwigger Academy or at Over the Wire. These are all really good and highly recommended. Okay, let's go back. Web application firewalls don't understand application logic. One of the biggest misconceptions when setting up a WAF is that they can't stop all the web attacks. This expectation is unrealistic because WAFs don't understand the application logic. They cannot determine if a user should be allowed to edit another person's profile. They cannot determine if a user should be allowed to edit another person's profile or if the price parameter, price equals $1.99, has been tampered with. These are business logic flaws and WAFs are blind to them. Hacking Count says, how much of this is knowledge and how much of this is memorization? Has AI changed anything in the game? I don't know if I can comment too much about AI changing the stuff in the game, but memorization versus knowledge, I think there's a lot of there's a combination of knowledge and experience when you're doing web application security stuff. So if you do a lot of web application exercises, you're going to notice a pattern, like a pattern of this application seems like it might be vulnerable to an attack because I see these kind of things when I inspect the application. So there's a lot of pattern recognition, and there's also a lot of knowledge as to how the applications work. Because even if you're able to spot those patterns, if you don't understand like the way web applications do X, Y, and Z thing, it's going to be very difficult to interact with them in the correct way to expose the flaws in the application. Okay. Consider the following example of real-world impacts. IDOR, insecure direct object reference. So this is another very common web application vulnerability. It used to be way more common, but this is basically where you see something like, I don't know, parameter equals 1 or parameter equals 12, and you might think to yourself, what happens if I change the parameter number over to the number 1, the number 0, the number 9999? Do I get something different when I change this thing inside of the address bar? So if you're able to do something like this and see other people's information, that's an example of an IDOR attack. It's like playing many games of chess. Kind of, yeah. It's basically doing the same thing over and over again and noticing patterns. I mean, you find this in a lot of games as well. Okay. So if an attacker changes 123 to 124 with no special characters or malicious payloads are used, the WAF would not be able to block this kind of attack. Authorization bypass. So if a user can access the admin endpoint without being an admin, the URL looks benign and the WAF cannot detect anything wrong. So the thing is that, you know, all this normal stuff that regular users are able to do and could be interpreted as a regular action in the application, the Web Application Firewall is not going to be able to pick up on this. Tommy Pickle says, I used to do web building apps, okay, but family stuff came up and I had to stop cold turkey. I wish I could go back to doing it. You know, Tommy Pickles, the end of the year is coming up, and usually new beginnings start in January after everybody finishes with their holiday stuff. So maybe you can get prepared and set up for doing some new learning in 2026. Best of luck to you. Okay, so race conditions and replay attacks. Such attacks don't involve any malicious syntax for the WAF to detect. So in brief, WAFs filter syntax, not intent. They cannot fix broken access controls. Okay? And thank you very much for subscribing, Singha. Thank you. Encrypted traffic is a blind spot. Okay, encrypted traffic. Unless decrypted, encrypted traffic cannot be inspected for malicious payloads. Therefore, modern WAFs sit in front of TLS termination points to monitor all the HTTP traffic. However, if encryption occurs before the WAF would only see encrypted blogs and not the actual HTTP requests. So this is very important because most traffic that is being sent on the internet these days is encrypted. So this is what it would look like. So you've got your computer, and after your computer, it's the web app, and then after the web app is the web server. So basically, when from your computer, the web app is over here operating on your web browser. So everything up until this point, this is unencrypted traffic. But after you send your traffic to the web server, well, before the web application... Oh, thank you very much, Evil Genius, for gifting a subscription to how many? 5 tier 1 subscriptions on Twitch. Thank you very much, Evil Genius. You know, Evil Genius, if you've got a suggestion for something you want me to talk about on the live stream, I'm very happy to take your request. So either you can contact me on Twitch, or you can contact me on Discord. The link is over here. But give me a message. Maybe I can do a topic of your choice. Thank you very much for your generous gifted subscriptions. And if you got a gifted subscription from Evil Genius, please give him a shout out and say thank you. All right. Yeah. Okay. So everything that is sent to the web server, before it's sent, it gets encrypted. So it gets encrypted. When it gets to the web server, it's decrypted. So the thing is that I'm guessing that between the web app and the web server is the actual web application firewall that inspects the stuff inside of it. So that's where the encryption might come into play, because if the web application firewall sees encrypted traffic, it can't really do anything about it unless it's been decrypted first. So Tommy Pickle says web penetration tests would be nice to test out vulnerabilities. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people hire people to do web app pen testing for their applications, especially before they launch the applications, just to make sure that there are no critical vulnerabilities before they launch the thing. Okay, real-world bug bounties are similar, but their severity is different from TryHackMe rooms. I mean, there are no stakes for TryHackMe rooms, but there are really big stakes for vulnerabilities in real-world applications for sure. Bobby Stronghand says, "Would love to eventually understand what I'm watching. For now, it's dope to see." Yeah, I mean, I have a course where I talk about web application stuff, and one of these days I should probably collect all those streams and then give everybody a playlist of those. But if you want to take a look at a playlist of just web application stuff, I can give you a playlist from my YouTube. Just a second. Let's see. Web. Man, I've got too many playlists. Oh, you know what? I've got a very short and very old web application course. If you want to take a look at it over here. Let's see, I'm going to copy that link. There you go. Okay, let me grab my new music and then we will continue. Let's do some cyberpunk music. Let's do it. Okay, let's go back. So WAFs introduce new attack surfaces. Ironically, adding a web application firewall introduces new attack surfaces. Poorly configured custom rules can introduce RCE. Well, really? By dynamically constructing mod security rules and failing to properly escape input. Also, care should be taken that a complex regex or large payloads do not lead to DOS due to memory exhaustion. So I guess the thing we have to understand here is that we need to be careful when we're constructing our rules for the web application firewall. Otherwise, it can lead to other big problems. Okay, so furthermore, if the management interface is exposed to a public IP address, the attacker would gain access to a new WAF admin login page, allowing them to brute force its login credentials. Or worse, the management user interface might be vulnerable to an RCE vulnerability, is in the case of this thing over here. So, I mean, they're talking about this, let's see, where's the page? This one right here. So this login portal, this dashboard that is used to manage the web application firewall, people could attack this. And if they attack this and they're able to get access to the dashboard here, that would be a really, really big problem. Okay, so performance versus security trade-off. It's worth noting that deep packet inspection incurs CPU time costs. Consider the case where the WAF needs to do regex matching or large payloads or decode multi-layered encoding. Thank you very much for the subscription, XListMe. Thank you. This procedure may impact overall performance and introduce a delay. For anomaly-based detection, running behavioral models or ML engines also requires a non-trivial share of system resources. As traffic scales, it is essential to watch for increases in latency or legitimate request timing out. Finally, deploying a WAF or other security solution does not mean that the systems become miraculously secure. One should be careful not to fall into a false sense of security. On one hand, a properly configured WAF will add to the security and will even help meet compliance requirements. However, cybersecurity is built through a comprehensive security policy and through various security solutions. What prevents WAFs from inspecting? I hate saying this word. I hate saying the word WAF. It is such a gross word to say. Anyways, love in India. Thank you very much. Sterling Gaming, thank you. Can you find real bugs and live stream it? Haven't you asked this question before? First time seeing you, bro. Hello, nice to see you here. What prevents WAFs from inspecting traffic if not terminated at the WAF? So this is encryption. Yeah, GSAT, that's exactly it. Okay, conclusion. Web application firewalls are not silver bullets. They're complex tools designed to mitigate known vulnerabilities, enforce virtual patching, and filter malicious traffic. However, they can do within certain technical and operational boundaries. In this room, we've seen that WAFs are the result of firewalls evolving from simple stateless filters to deep inspection engines capable of parsing HTTP traffic, detecting anomalies, and blocking entire classes of attacks, such as SQLI and XSS. However, their effectiveness depends on well-crafted rules, proper deployment, and a clear understanding of their limitations. A WAF cannot fix faulty business logic, making it blind to IDOR, privilege escalation, or even form value manipulation. It is powerless against encrypted and client-side traffic. Furthermore, poorly configured WAFs can introduce a new attack surface from rule injection to exposed management interfaces. A WAF is best used as a part of defense in depth, not a replacement for secure coding. However, if the underlying application is flawed, no amount of filtering will make it secure. Okay, and all right, so which principle should guide WAF use in a defense strategy? So this is defense in depth, which is a very important thing for well, cybersecurity in general. So you got a bunch of layers of defense. Defense in depth. Oh, done. Okay, great. So with the last remaining few minutes of the stream, well, we'll be going on for another 20 minutes or so. Let's just try doing some easy challenges. So I love doing easy challenges because, while they're easy, first of all, they also give me an opportunity to explain what's going on while we complete them. Okay, so let me find a website that we can do some easy challenges on. So we've been using a lot of Ring 0 CTF. And Ring 0 CTF is a website we can use to learn about cybersecurity concepts. So it's a relatively new it's a new platform for me because I haven't done a lot of the challenges from it. So we're just going to work through some easy challenges to try to understand what's going on. I guess we'll log into the thing first. And let's see if we can find a good category. So the categories in these type of challenges, they usually have a few common ones. So there's coding challenges. These are actually kind of not super common inside of these capture the flag events, but cryptography is pretty common. Forensics is common. What else? Reverse engineering is common. And web app security is very common in these kind of events. So let's do some. Let's take a look at some forensics. So forensics, we're going to try to do some of the easier challenges in the forensics category here. And forensics is basically taking a look at files and trying to find some hidden information inside of them. So let's see. So I made a DD of Agent Smith USB key. What is this? I'm sure it contains the matrix password. Can you find it? All right. Well, everybody, let me know if you can download this. If you're not logged into the website, it'd be better if everybody could try these out themselves without having to actually make an account. Not authorized. Okay, so you need to be logged into the website before you can access this file. All right. Well, I mean, you can make an account yourself if you want to. Otherwise, we're just going to move on and try to solve the challenge. Donut Vision, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm just going to download the challenge then, and let's take a look at the thing. So I'm just going to move the file from the downloads directory. What was the name of the file again? So C32. Okay, so C32, let's make a directory for this. We'll try to be a little bit more organized. This one is called, I'm sure it contains the, what is it called again? This challenge is called, I made a DD of Agent Smith USB key. That's funny. That's a funny name. Okay, and 20. This is 20? I mean, it's challenge, is it challenge 20? Yeah. Anyways, okay. So let's just call it 20, and then we'll move into that directory. And then we'll move the zip file in here. And then we'll unzip that zip file. Okay, we've got, what is this thing? So when we have a, you know, an unknown file, we can run the file command on Linux to figure out what it is. So this is a Linux file system. So it's a Linux file system. Well, I mean, the name of the challenge seems to imply that this is some sort of, what is it called? This is some sort of DD file. So DD, it's basically data. It's a dump. You can try strings. That's true. So if this is supposed to be like some sort of USB, then we could probably like run some strings on it. Strings to get the human readable information off of it. Ooh, strings. Okay. What? Don't forget to bring my mum? Don't forget to bring my mum some milk? Okay, well. Don't forget to bring my mum. Anyways. They've got some, well, I mean, they've got a bunch of strings in here, but we're trying to look for a password. So typically, so if this is supposed to be a USB, we could probably try mounting it. Don't forget to bring, yeah, well, You are the dad. Well, am I? Goal XD, thank you very much. You need to mount it, yeah. So, let's figure it out. So this is a... So an ext file system, mounted or unclean. I don't know if it's safe to mount, but so I always forget how to. I haven't done this in a really long time. Mount a file system on my Linux system. So Linux mount file system command. The mount command in Linux is used to attach a file system from a storage device or partition. Okay? So sudo mount options device mount point. So it's going to look something like this. So the device is going to be 86 something something. And the mount point is going to be MNT. Let's just call this MNT chal20. So for the options, let's do a little bit more reading. So options, various options can be used to control the mounting behavior. So common options include type. So the system type. If omitted, mount tries to guess the type. Well, we know the type, but let's see if it works without doing that. Specific mount options for mounts all file systems listed. Lists all currently mounted file systems. So I mean, I'm pretty sure we don't need to use any option at all. Okay, well, mount point does not exist. So we need to make that directory first. So make the directory. Actually, we need to sudo make the directory. And then we'll try it again. Okay, so we should be able to, well, while we're interacting with this thing, we should probably become the root user. We don't need to worry about permission problems after that. Okay, so we got 3 directories: image, lost and found, and to keep. So we just need to move in and take a look around. Image, we got some JPEGs. So we're gonna we can open these up. XDG open 01. What is this? Caca only. What? I can't read this, but it's got a poop hat. They're gonna be some There's gonna be some milk. You know what? I'm pretty sure there's not gonna be anything not safe for work in here. Hopefully not. That would be very disappointing. Okay, let's take a look at the second JPEG. That's a donkey. Okay, and the third image is this thing. Whatever, Mr. Robot. Big Boss, it's Spanish. Really? What does it say? Radio show. Something radio show, Google something something. Anyways. Caca means I mean, I know at least that much. Okay. So there's no hidden files in this directory. Nope. This file is unusually large. So it gives you the feeling that there might be something hidden inside here. Using Mali as main OS or using Kali and VM. I'm using Kali and VM right now. Steghide? Possible. Okay, before we do that, let's explore the other. There's only 2 other directories. Shouldn't be too hard to look at it. Lost and Found. So Lost and Found is typically like deleted files. There's nothing here. Okay, and the last directory is called the to keep. And there's just one .txt in here. Something about don't forget to bring my mum some milk. Grand Pamini. Max P is increasing. I want more. Well, I mean, so the first thing you want to do when you're learning about cybersecurity, you should probably get like a cybersecurity virtual machine that you can use. I've got a guide for installing like Kali Linux on your own machine over here. If you want to give that a try. Here's the link. Okay, don't forget to bring my mum some milk. So the only thing we could possibly look at to find the flag is this over here. We can use exif tool to take a look at the Google Plus upload code. I think this might be hidden code. So what I think this might be, what is it? Decimal to ASCII. So it's either decimal to ASCII or some other type of hidden code. I'll try decimal. Decimal to ASCII is not going to work in this case. There's a bunch of non-printable stuff, but decimal to ASCII. So we can go in here. We can paste in our decimal bytes. Oh, interesting. Okay, so when we paste in these decimal bytes, it gives us an interesting result in base 64. If we base 64, well, the other thing this could be is, this is definitely not. CyberChef is great for this kind of stuff. JC, you're right. You're right. Yeah, CyberChef is really good for this kind of stuff. So there's a website called CyberChef, and if you give it some input, you can run a bunch of transformations on the information. Thank you very much, Rakesh Datta and Ismail and Calming. Thank you very much for subscribing on Twitch and YouTube, respectively. Thank you. Okay, so what can we do to this? We can, well, the first thing we can do is we can just run some magic on it. It might be able to automatically determine what is going on with it. I don't see anything super relevant here, though. Okay, so the other thing is, the other thing is that there was a message. Don't forget to bring my mum some milk. Bring my mum some milk. So milk might be like a password or something. Theodore Rockford, hello, nice to see you here. Thank you very much for subscribing for following on Twitch, thank you. Okay, so let's try milk as the password, and we'll run some tools on this. Great content, man. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll run StegSeek on 03. Okay, couldn't find a valid passphrase. So we can also try some steghide on this thing. And we'll try to get some information on it. Is it -I? Capital I. Hold on. It's been a while since I've run steghide. So looking for info. So steghide info. Okay. Okay, couldn't extract data with that passphrase. So the passphrase might be the entire sentence. It's really nice to see someone who knows some stuff delivering high quality content. Thank you. Thank you very much, Theodore. Much appreciated. Okay, so let's read that note again. So the note was in... Which directory is it in? Oh, I can't read that. To keep? Don't forget to bring my mom some milk. So we'll try this entire phrase as the password for this file. We'll see if we can, that's actually it. Nope. Kali as main OS? No, Kali's a VM in this case. Clipfer says, I'm using Kali as my main OS. I just hate Windows. Day by day, more of it becomes spyware. Okay. AKC says, maybe it's an XOR with the whole sentence. An XOR with the whole sentence. I don't know how... realistic that is. We tried to inspect the information we got from the EXIF tool. The other thing we could do is we could just take a look at the strings. So this is something we do pretty commonly when we take a look at files in here for forensics. Okay, I don't see... I also see this word Picasa. That's kind of weird. It's not common. Maybe we could use that as the password. Okay, Kali versus Black Arch. I mean, I've tried Kali. I haven't tried Black Arch before. So I couldn't tell you much about Black Arch. I miss Google Picasa. Hyper, hey, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Arch is better. I mean, use whatever operating system you want, if it works for you. Okay, let's try steghide. Okay, so that wasn't a password either. EXIF tool. Oh, software is Picasa in this case. So this is, it's probably the file that we want to look at, but then again, that also could be like a red herring. It's tough to tell. Okay, we'll keep on going for another 30 minutes, and then after 30 minutes, we definitely need to wrap it up. Just need to adjust my timer. Okay. Did I see logic gates on the screen? Why are logic gates being used here? Wait, you saw logic gates? And what is the... Okay, so Xmetric says software Picasa. That's a good question. What is Picasa? Picasa software? Picasa was a free image organizer or editor developed by Google, which is discontinued in 2016. Oh, Google's image app. Replaced by photos. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know if that really gives us too much information. Google Plus upload code. Google Plus upload code. Just an image tag with that editor. Yeah. So, I mean, my question is, what does an actual Google Plus upload code look like? And does it look like this stuff? Because if it's not, then this is some sort of anomaly that we need to check out. Upload code might be the bucket address. Google Plus, I haven't heard that name in a long, long time. Okay. So Google Plus upload code. There's no specific Google Plus upload code. You can generate a plus code for a location using Google Maps. Okay. Plus codes are based on a set of 20 alphanumeric characters. They do not include easily confused characters. How to use a Google Plus code? Well, how about we take a look at an example? And Mohammed, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so the user is likely asking for code examples related to plus codes. Using the open location code library. Plus codes are a set of... Do they have any examples? Google always kills the coolest. Yeah, Google Wave. Add me to your circle. What circles? Hit me up on Google Wave. Okay, HV says, I've been programming like C and Linux. Should I focus on programming languages and then jump to CTF, or is there something else I'm missing before CTFs? So, I mean, HV Music, if you really enjoy learning programming languages like C, then you would do pretty good in the reverse engineering and binary hacking categories in CTFs, because they often include binaries that have been coded or have been compiled using C code. But yeah, you know where I'd start? I'd probably start with like PicoCTF. So PicoCTF, take a look at... So after you log in, take a look at challenges in the binary hacking category over here. And try some of the easy ones. Oh, Pwn College, yeah. Pwn College is probably the best one, the best place to do it. Lurk and dox my enemies. Nice, Xmetric. And thank you very much for subscribing, Alfie George and M. Umer. Thank you very much. This is a Unicode developed by Google developers, which understands computer only. Okay, so we're talking about plus codes. So there's the plus codes have been deleted. They don't have the Y plus codes, so they don't say anything about what they look like. That's unfortunate. But you know what we should do? We should probably go back to the challenge and take a look at the challenge description. It might give us a clue as to what we're supposed to be doing. So I made a DD of Agent Smith USB key, sure. And the challenge says, I'm sure it contains the matrix password. Can you find it? The matrix password. Thank you very much for subscribing, Albert Einstein. Welcome to the stream. Okay, and thank you for subscribing, CJ Web Design. Okay. So the Google Plus code, I'm pretty sure this is some important information here, but I'm not too sure what kind of encoding or encryption could be used. in this case. The other thing I could do is I could take a look at the original file itself over in this directory and just do some analysis on this. So we could just run strings on the entire thing and look for something like matrix, because they talk about Agent Smith and the matrix in the description. Okay, so HV says, I learned to use terminal commands like grep, awk, and unique and stuff from watching IPsec do boxes. Yeah, IPsec is a... Where is Super Chat? Where is Super Chat? I want to send $1 million. I am Mr. Beast. That's unlikely, but sure. But IPsec is a really famous cybersecurity content creator. He does a lot of walkthroughs for Hack the Box machines. Okay, let's go ahead and look at grep out something like matrix. We'll look for terms like matrix. We'll look for terms like Agent Smith or Trinity. I guess, Smith? No, nothing. Do I have Discord? Yeah, we got Discord. Let me give you the Discord link. And thank you very much for subscribing, Rafael, Jose Villa, and 6142. Thank you very much. How can I become a master in cybersecurity? Pill-related keyboards? King M. Ruth? Yeah, I mean, we got a starter pack for people who are trying to get into cybersecurity. The important thing is that you understand, you have the basics of technology down. That's what the first 3 of those links are there for. Neo, pill-related keywords, red pill, blue pill, Neo. Okay, so I'm pretty sure so there are 3 images we can look at. Zero 01, 02, 03. So the reason I'm gravitating towards the third image, because it's a lot bigger than the other one. Another tool that we can run on it is Foremost, which would be able to extract any potential files from it. Let's take a look. Okay, there's just a JPEG in here. So it probably wasn't able to extract anything. So what are some ways to learn the basics? Follow the links that I provided. The other thing is that download Linux and mess up. I guess that's one method you could do. I've got a bunch of educational resources for people who want to take a look over here. Okay, and that doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Okay, so the other thing is we could also do some basic steganography on the other 2 files. And see if we can find some hidden information that way. Okay, it doesn't look like any of these are valid. Root user CN says, hey, what? What you want to learn? What are we talking about? Books, there's a book called The Master Shell Scripting. It's really good. Okay. Use Linux or Google. Get your certifications from the ground up and then grind labs. Mixed logic, I mean that sounds like a pretty good plan, but you need to decide what your goal is first. Most people who do cybersecurity are they're aiming for a specific job in mind. Whether or not that job is pen testing or digital forensics or incident response, you need to tailor your training to exactly what kind of job you want to get. Hyper says, best way to learn Linux is to make it your main OS, preferably a do-it-yourself distro. Okay. So the other things we could do is based on... I'm pretty sure it contains the matrix password. Can you find it? The matrix password. So matrix could be a password. We can start making a little list of potential passwords in here. So matrix, Agent Smith. Agent Smith. What are some other passwords we can include? The name of the challenge is something like DD of Agent Smith USB key. My white rabbit? Maybe. Red pill and blue pill? Thank you very much, Mr. and Mrs. Nguyen? I'm not too sure. I'm not very good with Vietnamese names, but welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so... Wow. I mean... This is supposed to be the easiest, this is supposed to be the easiest forensics challenge, and I seem to be having a bit of trouble. Okay, so... Let's review the facts one more time. So in the lost and found directory, there's nothing here. In the to keep directory, there's this text file right here called something about your mom. Don't forget to bring my mum some milk. Trinity's password in the matrix. Oh, really? That's Zion Zion 0111. Okay. Don't forget to bring my mom some milk. Let's see. The other thing we could do is we take a look at the... Yeah, it's a pretty simple text file. What if it's inside the metadata of the images? You know, that's a good point. I need to take a look at the metadata of the other images as well. Okay, back into the image directory. We'll take a look at the EXIF data for the 01 and the 02. Okay, and we'll just run a quick strings command on this as well. Just to make sure there's nothing weird hiding in here. I don't think so. Is that a bag inside of a bag? Milk inside of a bag inside of a bag? That's a pretty obscure game. Ice cream? Could be. Yeah, I don't think I mean, this almost looks like a flag, but it's not exactly. That seems to be a bit of a coincidence. Randomly showed up in my YouTube homepage sub. Thank you very much, Cosmic Zoink. Much appreciated. Okay, so I don't think... Oh, you know what? The password might be in the first image here. Hold on. So for everybody who didn't get to see the majesty that was this image, we got our poop hat. So it's a radio show. maybe the password is caca. Okay. Let's put this thing in our passwords.txt file. Along with the other with our other matrix related stuff. Matrix, Trinity, and Agent Smith, and White Rabbit. They got weird with it. Cosmic Zoink says also got the Black Friday deal on TryHackMe as well. You know, I think I might do the Black Friday deal on TryHackMe because I am gonna need to subscribe for at least a month because I want to do the Christmas event over there. Okay, so let's try. And Nguyen something just subscribed. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, as well as Anonymous and Justin Arguello and Jeff Pindera. Jeff Pindera, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Oh, you know what, everybody, this is a good time to give everybody some Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so Gokul Raj says, I would like to learn more about web application vulnerabilities. Is there any sites you can suggest for me? Yeah, so I've got a big list of links over at the HackerFrogs GitHub. You're looking for stuff specific to web applications, right? Here's a list with a bunch of links. XR says, isn't the Christmas event free? It is free. But I kind of want to... What does Echo do? Oh, okay. Echo... When you use Echo, it just echoes out whatever you give to it. So, but the thing here is that we're using a Linux command to redirect the output into a file. So when we do this, that means that we're going to write this information here, and we're going to put it into this file here with our terminal command. So if we take a look at the test.txt file that we just created, we see that it has the content White Rabbit. Thank you very much for subscribing. Wow, lots, a big list of people. Baradwaj, Jeffrey Afandi, Dominic, and Rishi Rich. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Much appreciated. King Amruth says, Echo is the print statement to write the information. So basically, when we use Echo inside of Linux, we usually use it to feed it into something else. So we'll either use it to feed it into a file, or we use it to pass it to another command inside of Linux. Linux is a really cool operating system. I wish more people used it. Do you like ice creams? Why are you talking about ice cream so much? Thank you very much for the suggestions. No worries, no worries. I'm here to help people get into cybersecurity. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. We're just doing a little, what is it called? A forensics challenge. Unfortunately, we've got this image file that we're supposed to be investigating. We can't find any hidden stuff in it so far. So we're gonna try to get some information out of it using Steghide. What could the password be? I use NixOS as my Linux daily driver. Yeah, that sounds, I don't use Linux as a daily driver, but I do use it every day. Cut out the raw file? Not sure. So the raw file, the raw file is, it's not going to be anything anybody recognizes. It's just a lot of this. We're trying to figure out what the password might be to get into the file. So we have a couple of clues. So we've got this set of numbers, which is supposed to be like a Google Plus upload code. But if anybody can make sense of this string of numbers, let us know. Okay, HV Music says, how does one not get sucked into tutorial hell? Like not to get stuck on just completing tutorials or beginner courses on every cybersecurity website. AK says decode.fr could help with the cipher identifier for those numbers. Sorry. Need to have a little water, just a second. Okay. Was having a little problem coughing there. Yeah, so AKC, thank you. Maybe try CyberChef. I think we can try using Decode. Decode's pretty good. Let's give it a try. Decode.fr. Third image was a bit sus. It's bigger than the other two images. That's one of the reasons why I gravitated towards it. Let's try. Okay, switch to the English site first, and then do the cipher identifier. Projects are the Escape from Tutorial Hell says cipher or hypher. Okay, we'll paste in the numbers. We'll analyze them. See if it is able to. Base 36 cipher. Base 36 cipher. What is this thing? Base 36 converter from numbers to letters or digits. Okay, let's give it a try. Decrypt. This doesn't look like anything I can use. SuperSec asks, which challenge is this? This is a challenge from Ring 0 CTF, and I think it's challenge number 20. Here you go. Okay, we got ads on Twitch right now, so when ads run on Twitch, I'll run them on YouTube. Okay, let's we'll be back in about 60 seconds. I just need to take a little water break. Okay, so if anyone is wondering, this is a northern flicker woodpecker. It's a very colorful bird, and it's got a very fun red mustache. I like to show my bird feeder footage when I'm taking a break so that people have something to look at. Okay, let's go ahead and go back. So, okay, the bird is here. Your Cyber Doctor, hello, nice to see you here. Hey everybody, did you know that Your Cyber Doctor is also a Twitch streamer? Let's give them a shout out. Shout out Your Cyber Doctor. Go check them out. They're doing they're learning about cybersecurity stuff. For mobile testing, can you suggest a good resource to learn from? Unfortunately, I don't know very much about mobile testing. The closest I can get is web app testing. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Nidia VS. Thank you. Okay, so what we're looking at. Right. So your cyber doctor suggests that we could ask the AI to see if there's something that we could decipher from these numbers. What is the likely message these numbers hold? If you can, try deciphering them. Okay, we'll just plug in the numbers. Where are they? Here. Just a second, everybody. Thank you very much, Mahul. Mahul 22. Thank you very much for the follow. And Rudolph Diaz, thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Thank you. Okay. Can you tell me something about the numbers, my friend? Because I have no idea what the darn numbers could mean. Kasu Manoj, thank you. Thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Thank you. The Google code is perhaps a GPS coordinate. Oh, GPS coordinate? Okay. Oh, GPS coordinate. Yeah, that's true. They were talking about something like that. Okay, let's try asking another AI. So we'll do one AI versus another AI. So this code is supposed to be a Google Plus code. Could it be interpreted as GPS coordinates? DeepSeek and Grok. Ard example says, how much do you all spend your time for cybersecurity? Even more for learning, maybe 12 or 13. Are you talking about hours per day or years or something else, Art example? Let me know. Okay, so these numbers here, we'll just let this, we'll let Claude work for a little bit. We'll take a look at what ChatGPT says. Once I have the pairs, extracting pairs from number, it's still working. So hours? Hours, you're talking about hours per day? It's hard to say. Depends on how quickly you want to learn. You need to also ensure that you're not studying too much per day in order to prevent burnout. Because if you burn out while studying cybersecurity, it's hard to get started again. Claude didn't go through. Hold on. Let's try that again. What's my favorite game? I mean, I don't do too much gaming these days. I'm mostly doing cybersecurity stuff. But I used to play a lot of RPGs. I used to play a lot of, like, I don't know, Mass Effect. I used to play a lot of XCOM. I used to play a lot of Total War. But I can't do those games these days because each time you play those games, you need to go for like 4 or 5 hours. What Google Plus codes look like? Real Plus codes look like this. So 8 to 10 alphanumeric characters. Your data doesn't match this. What your code could be. Protocol buffer. So the pattern of number, space number looks like protocol buffer wire format. What is this? Yeah, you definitely need to. Ivor says Valhalla, it seems. I mean, I didn't play Valhalla myself, but I did watch some other people play Valhalla. I watch a lot more people play games than I actually play games myself. You really seem to have a passion for tech in general. It's necessary to do cybersecurity. You need to be really comfortable with tech, and you need to be happy to interact with it. Otherwise, you could really have a bad time studying cybersecurity. You need to make this thing You need to make this. You need to make cybersecurity something that you're very comfortable with. This looks like Google's protocol deep buffer format. Could be alternating on. These don't seem like these don't make sense as coordinates. Okay, so it could be base64 hex encoded. This could be encoded binary data representing coordinates. Okay, it tries to. Oh boy. Okay. Protocol debuff, cybershift, manual decode attempt. This is protocol most likely answer. This is protocol buffer encoded data from a Google service, possibly maps. Okay, let's see. CJ Web Design says, I started to build apps, web apps, and websites at 40, 50 now. Okay, never too late. Yeah. King Amut says, if I'm not wrong, it said using Linux subsystem on Windows. You are using Linux subsystem on Windows. No, I'm not using Linux subsystem on Windows. I'm using a Linux virtual machine. So this is a virtual machine that sits on top of my regular Windows installation through VirtualBox. I said it's CyberChef. I think we've tried this in CyberChef already. So CFS, we've tried plugging these numbers into CyberChef. Where is the CyberChef? Too many tabs open. Okay, cyberchef.io. That was decode, not CyberChef. Alright. So these over here, I'm not exactly sure what they would be. I usually like to throw some magic at it first. We tried doing this. It didn't really... Yeah, we've tried this already. Run strings on the raw extracted file. Alter Ego, are you talking about... Do you really like birds among other species? I mean, I like birds. I don't hate other species. Something about putting numbers into matrices. So CF, I don't like how you do all caps and demand that I do CyberChef. We already did CyberChef. It didn't come out with anything we liked. When you unzip the file, there's a Linux file system there. Run strings on that file. I mean, we have. Let me go back. So this was in the temp directory. So this thing here, we tried running strings on this file itself, strings with the S. We can get specifically strings that are at least 8 characters long. That might help a bit. Foremost finished. Foremost finished. Oh, you know what? This is stuff that I put in. I put in this stuff. Okay. Let's see. Sharkfort says, can you shout me out, please? Hello, Sharkfort. Nice to see you here. Got it. It's late. See you later, man. No worries, King Amuth. King Amruth. Hey. Is that metadata for Google Plus standard or nah? Well, I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it is. One file extracted. This was run by Foremost. The thing is that there's my stuff in here that's been polluting the file system already. That's funny. There's a file called secret.txt in here. I didn't create this file. I didn't create this file called secret.txt, I'm pretty sure. So it's got to be... I kind of want to run another tool on this instead of mounting this. There's a tool called... There's this tool called, what is it called? What is the tool called again? It's called Sleuth Kit. Sleuth Kit, or it's, what was it? MMLS? Ah, okay, so it's installed. So I've got the tool on my system. So I can run MMLS on this. This is a forensics tool. It didn't find anything. That's funny. Hold on, let me take a look at my notes. Cat the file? I mean we saw a string, but it's not necessarily a file. It's not necessarily a file that we can use cat on. And thank you very much for subscribing, Juan F. Thank you. Okay, let me... FLS is the... Okay. FLS on file system list on... Yeah. Okay, so... File system list, there's secret.txt, there's image to keep, and this thing. So the node is 0. So we can use icat on node 0. Okay. Did I get hacked? No. Unzip it clean and run strings before mounting. Run strings before mounting. I think we're pretty close to the end. We just need to remember how to run the icat command. Okay, so FLS. I've got I have a workshop on this. I have a workshop on this that I did in PicoCTF. So we did this for the digital forensics for HackerFrogs AfterSchool. Let me just look it up real quick. This was for batch 2 for digital forensics. And this is for disk image forensics part 1. Okay. Have you tried autopsy? I don't have autopsy installed on this. I don't think I'll need it for this particular challenge. So MMLS command to get the offsets for the disk partitions. So MMLS didn't work here. So we just read. You can do the fsstat command to get detailed information about the disk partition. So let's try fsstat. Okay, so this is ext2. We knew that already. So the file type is ext2. And use the fls command to get the file contents. So fls file type, this thing. Okay, let's try running this. So there's no offset. The ext. Okay, so we got this. So there's secret.txt here. There's this other stuff, but we just need to find a way to read this. So it looks like the node is 0. Read the file with the icat command. So icat, yeah, so it's the same thing. We just run icat. Metadata address too small for image. So we know the secret.txt file is here, but We need to find some way to read the thing. What site are we hacking? I think Kali comes with Autopsy. It comes with a version of Autopsy. I mean, I guess I could try throwing it into that Autopsy version. It's the web version. It's not... I don't like it too much, but we can give it a try. Okay, open an HTML browser on the remote host and paste this in. Copy, and then go to our web browser. Okay. Use the EXIF tool to extract the metadata. Current browser, so we got our browser here, we got our autopsy thing. We're going to make a new case. Case name, test, description, test, investigator names, test. Okay. Please select the name from the list. Add host. Host name. Name of the computer being investigated. Host 1 test. Time zone. EST5 EDT. Why not? Time skew adjustment. We don't care too much about this. We just want to add an image. Add image file. Enter the full path starting with this to the case file. Let me get my file path for this thing. So this is the file path here. And we're just going to append the file name, this one. What is this autopsy? So autopsy is it's a forensics tool. So is this a disk image or is it a partition? So this is a disk image. Import method symlink copy move. Let's just do symlink. And thank you very much for the subscription. Sorry, the subscriptions on YouTube. Sasuke Uchiha and Shaharuk. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for Daj Neem for the follow on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, so this is a Linux BSD DOS GPT Mac Sun. This is a it's probably counts as BSD. Not completely sure. Haven't used this tool before. Okay. Analysis of image shows following partitions. Add the thing. Okay. So let's take a look at the thing is that I'm much more comfortable with the Sleuth Kit. Unfortunately, all I need to do is I need to figure out how to read this file over here, this secret.txt file, and we'll be able to figure it out. I'll try asking the helpful AI and see if it's able to suggest something. Okay, Mr. AI. We want to use Sleuth Kit to read the secret.txt file on this disk image. Please help. Okay, and we will give the command that we used. Matthew Miranda, hello, nice to see you. Sorry about this. I'm kind of here because I found your voice relaxing, soothing right now. If you can use my voice to help you get to sleep, that's great. Nadami asks, what do you think about BlackArch instead of Kali? You could use BlackArch as a hacking distribution, and you can use it for cybersecurity. It's not user-friendly, so that's why I use Kali instead of BlackArch. Hyper asks, how much juice do you give your Kali VM? Mine, I've got 8 GB of RAM and 3 sockets, super slow on GUI. I mean, I give my Kali VM like a lot of resources because it's very, very important that it runs on the live stream, especially. Let me take a look at my specs. So it looks like I'm giving 16 gigs of RAM. I'm giving it 16 gigs of RAM, and how many processors am I using on it? I'm giving it 4 processors. Okay, so confirm the inode number. From your FLS output, it's a regular file. Its inode number is 0. That's weird. Inode 0 should never be a real file in ext2, 3, or 4. Sleuth Kit displays inode 0 when the file entry is deleted or orphaned. So it appears to be deleted, which means this is okay. So it's a deleted file. Sleuth Kit can still extract it as long as its data block still exists. So use icat to extract the file. I mean, I tried, but the node is 0, which is invalid. That means FLS is printed 0 because the directory entry points to a deleted inode that no longer exists. So we must instead search for the file's real inode, the real inode. So I'm just trying to do some file forensics right now. Okay, so use P so that so Sleuth Kit prints full paths. So FLS on this thing. Okay, we'll give it a try. Thank you very much for subscribing, Ricardo. Space Face Raptor, that's a name. Alter Ego and FA Studio. Thank you very much for the subscriptions and follows. Much appreciated. Yeah, so I'm just trying to do some snooping around on this file system. So it still says that this is secret.txt, which is 0. It doesn't tell us. If the file was truly deleted, you may find a second listing like this. If it really only appears with inode 0, the inode record is destroyed and Sleuth Kit cannot extract it. Search the disk image for known signatures. I mean, we found... Use icat on the directory inode to extract the raw directory and inspect entries manually. Okay. And thank you very much for subscribing, Freaky Bob. Freaky Bob. I mean, we tried this. Okay. This is the output from FLS. Okay, so let's see. Nora says, how do hackers modify Android applications? So, I mean, I'm not a person who does a lot of application development, but you can... Have you ever tried Pwn College? Mad Flash, you've got some good stuff. So, Pwn College is a really good place to learn about cybersecurity stuff. It's called pwn.college. And it's a very, very good platform for learning about all sorts of cybersecurity concepts. The problem is that I can't cover any of the stuff that it has on my live stream because they don't allow people to live stream their materials. So, aside from the fact that I can't cover their stuff on in my content, it's a really good platform. What was I doing? I think I was doing this. So the input confirms something important. So this exists as in directory entry, but its inode number is 0, which is invalid. The inode is deleted and unrecoverable by normal means, but its data blocks may still exist in the unallocated space. You know what? I think what we should do is we should unzip this thing, because this file right here, it's been compromised already. We've been doing stuff inside of the file, what was it? The file system. Let's just delete it first. So we'll delete this thing and we will unzip it again. And then we'll take a look again. Is this still challenge 20? Yep, still challenge 20. Okay, let's run FLS. So there are also these orphan files here. I wonder what they actually contain. Oh, and there's a swap file. But the swap files don't have any inodes here either. So there's orphan files. We can try taking a look at those orphan files. I can't. So the orphan files are 12, 19. What? Is this the solution? Have I... The flag was here? Okay, let's submit the flag. Then we're done. Then we're done. Submit the flag. Man, that was a whole rigmarole. That is likely the secret.txt. Probably. Yeah, thank you very much, everybody. Couldn't have done it without everybody's input. Much love, much love. All right, so we're going to be finishing up in just a little bit, but let's talk a little bit about what we're doing next. Okay, so today is Monday. Oh, sorry, today is Wednesday. So this is what we were doing. We live stream 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You can always find their schedules over on our Reddit. And the next time we're streaming is on Friday. So we're going to be streaming around the same time. We're going to be doing some coding challenges. So along with coding challenges, we're also going to be learning about network hacking in the second hour with HackerFrogs AfterSchool. And we're going to be doing some reverse engineering challenges as well. And then we're going to be doing a Christmas event warm-up over at TryHackMe.com. So everybody, I hope you had fun today. Nice channel, great with beginners. Thank you very much. I'm trying my best. So you can usually find me at the same time on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. If you want to join the Reddit, or if you want to join the Discord, then you can use these links. But before we go, we like to. Oh, we've got a little bit of an ad break. Just a second, everybody. We're also gonna try finding somebody to raid over on Twitch. Let's see. InfoSec streamers? Is anybody on? Okay, so your Cyber Doctor is on, and BlazeBits. So let's raid into your Cyber Doctor. Your Cyber Doctor is trying to learn about cybersecurity, and they're also a doctor. I think they live in Spain. So if you're into supporting Spanish doctors who want to learn cybersecurity, that's the channel. That's the channel you wanna go to. Don't forget to have ice cream. Yeah, don't forget to have ice cream. Okay, so your Cyber Doctor is here. He is learning about PicoCTF, okay? And we're going to raid into that channel. Are they in network? In network? I'm not sure. You can ask them. They Cyber Doctor also speaks English very well. So we're going to raid into them. Your Cyber Doctor. Thank you very much for all the subscriptions on YouTube. Carlos G, Kieran, W-I-K, Wick, or Wilk. Thank you very much. Okay, so everybody, we're going to raid into this channel now. Everybody, remember, we're going to be back on Friday. And yeah, have a great rest of the week. Have a hacking good time. And we're going to raid in. Everybody ready? When you raid into the channel, please give this message. OSFrog, Hip Hop Hack, OSFrog. Alright, everybody. We'll be back on Friday. Have a great week. HackerFrogs out in 3, 2, 1.